Back it up!
Alrighty, we are going live with breaking news in northern Illinois. This is live right now. There is a large tornado that is forming near the Sherland and Durand area in northern Illinois. And again, this is currently live. Listen to what Connor is saying.
Right here!
Again, this is an active tornado that is on the ground in progress in northern Illinois right now. If you are in the Durand or Sherland area in northern Illinois, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is live right now in northern Illinois from Connor's stream.
Big dusty circulation.
All that dust right there is from this tornado. It's been on the ground 2 different times now. There was one about 5 minutes ago, and this just happened literally right now. It's ongoing. This is just northwest of Sherland, Illinois. There's still no tornado warning on this, but this has been on the ground a couple of times now, and it is currently moving to the north and east. It's about to cross into southern Wisconsin.
What in God's name? That was insane. Wow. Wow.
Looks like it was a brief touchdown by the looks of it. My display capture's wrong at the bottom right. One second.
Dude, what is happening here?
You change that. Again, if you're just tuning in,
right, there's another circulation.
If you're just tuning in, this is. Oh, it's back.
Look at that! Look at it!
More circulation right there at the ground.
Just a big dusty circulation. Look at it go! Just a big dusty circulation. Look at it go!
Again, this is near Sherland, Illinois. If you're tuning in, make sure to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's still no tornado warning on this. Bottom right of your screen is what we're looking at with that rotation. It is going to be right here. Tornado sirens are actually going off now.
Wow, what just happened? What? I'm still confused on what's going on. That could also be something back there.
By the sounds of it, you can hear the tornado
as well right
sirens.
there.
And there's no tornado warning. Again, this is not tornado warning
This
right
thing
now.
is so dusty. Here comes the hail and stuff. Just a huge, broad, dusty circulation.
My bad. Double audio should be fixed up.
Ah!
That was quite something there. I mean, again, if you're just tuning in at the very beginning of the stream, you can go back. There was literally a tornado on the ground. I'll also go back and show it on the feed
still ripping, man.
This is again
ripping on a
storm chaser in Illinois. Rain is now starting to come in. It's going to get very hard to see anything, but he's probably going to reposition.
My personal project is
an
upgrading the
nice.
heck out of this Tundra.
Here. All right, so let's go to this tornado warning. This is what we're talking about right now with this tornado warning, or not tornado warning, sorry, but this is currently an ongoing storm that has produced a tornado. There is still no tornado warning, though, that we've seen now 2 different tornadoes with this storm. Rotation is broadened out again, but this is the area of rotation that we're talking about. This is currently located near Sherland, Illinois, northeast of Durand. It will be moving off to the north and east toward Newark, and as well as going toward the Beloit area. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that name right. Long-term, Janesville, Wisconsin will be in the track of this. Interstate 3990 and Interstate 43. If you're anywhere in these areas, you're going to want to make sure that you are seeking shelter, at least if you're within proximity of this rotation. That would include areas like Newark and as well as back near western parts of the Beloit area. So again, seek shelter if you're included in these areas away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, there is not a tornado warning officially, but there was obviously a tornado at the very beginning of this live stream, and we've already had 2 different confirmations of tornadoes. One happened about 10 minutes ago or so, and that one just happened like 2 to 3 minutes ago. So really crazy stuff overall with this storm. Let's go back to Connor here on this storm. He's going to be repositioning. We'll see if we can get another position on that.
Okay, Chad, we got to get back on ahead. We're going to have to go through a river valley. Service is about to be rough here for a little bit, so bear with me. Gotta go through this.
Thank you, Vincent, for the $4.99. Did you just start, and as soon as I opened the stream, a live tornado was on the ground? Yes, we started literally as the tornado was happening. And interestingly enough, this is something to kind of keep in mind here. This is the StormNet probabilities, give you an idea of where the greatest probability of a tornado is over the next little while. And notice this area in particular, anywhere from Janesville back near Rockford, over the next hour currently has the greatest probability of seeing a tornado in the Midwest, around 20 to 25%. That is from the StormNet website. That is obviously some pretty good information. That's the Atmosphere Analytics website as well. All right, let's go back to the radar here, and it looks like we're starting to get another redevelopment of this rotation. Notice the area of rotation that we're going to be watching for right now will be near the Sherland area. That's going to be going toward Beloit, eventually toward Newark, and as well as Interstate 3990. Again, there is still no tornado warning with this, despite there being some fairly strong rotation at this time. Again, we already have had 2 confirmed tornadoes with this in the last 15 minutes. This is moving to the north and east toward Interstate 3990. Janesville, be very mindful of this. This will be crossing into Wisconsin within the next 5 minutes. Again, Connor Croft is currently chasing this at the bottom right of your screen. If you want to go back to the very beginning of this live stream, you'll be able to see that tornado that happened, and I'll also be replaying it here probably in a couple minutes if this tornado threat starts to die down a little bit. But currently, this is moving to the north and east. It will be crossing over into Wisconsin in the next few minutes. So again, make sure you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. New severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is a storm further down to the south and west. This is for the Mount Morris area, Forreston, Maryland, Brookville, as well as Shannon. This is the main concern with this one will be the potential for damaging winds and some quarter-sized hail. But one thing we'll also have to watch for is the tornado risk with this one. They have included a tornado possible label on this storm. Though there's really not a whole lot of rotation right now, we do have a hook right here, an inflow going to the storm, and that right there would be where we'd have to watch for a tornado risk with this storm as it continues to roll to the north and east. So make sure that you're staying very weather aware there. We also have a storm that's actually northeast of Davenport, back near the Iowa and Illinois border. This one is producing some ping pong ball sized hail. So that's also a storm that we'll have to be watching for. And again, anywhere up here in Illinois, southern Wisconsin, back into eastern Iowa, all under a marginal threat of severe weather today. Not really a high threat by any means, but we do have a setup here that actually does favor at least some sort of sporadic severe weather events, including this. All right, let's go back to Connor. Looks like we have something on camera. Just talking about how there's some wrapping rain, or rain wrapping around some circulization, I can't say the word, over here in...
Yo, I thought there was a Gustnado at first, but that
Illinois.
thing was absolutely ripping in front of us. Too strong to be just a Gustnado. And too big. There were like multiple. It was like a multi-vortex. It reminded me at the beginning of...
I wouldn't be surprised if this one tornado warned. It hasn't yet. We've had 2 different tornadoes now. And it would not surprise me if we actually had another tornado warning at some point with this. But again, Connor Croft was able to get video of this. We've also had another storm chaser report a tornado. So there's been 2 different tornadoes. Several reports as well in the last few minutes of some funnel clouds. There could have been a brief tornado. It might have been a gustnado. We really don't know yet, but that looked more like a tornado to me, at least when we saw that happening in live action. And again, notice that the rotation there north of Sherland. It is definitely becoming a bit more unison. But if you're just tuning in, this is the photo from Connor's stream of that potential tornado or gustnado. So you can see all that dust going across the road right here. I am going to go back and show you the actual video clip, and we'll go ahead and show you what it actually looked like in real time. I'll have to go back here. 1 second. All right, so this was going back in time. Not going to be perfect, but yeah, right there. That looks like a tornado to me. It's definitely hard to tell, though, depending on where the exact storm location was here. At least a gustnado at the bare minimum. So some minor damage, a lot of dust being picked up. Again, you can see all that dust being picked up in the field there.
Right in front of us.
All right, we do have a tornado warning that has just been issued on this storm, so we are now officially tornado warned. This is going to be including the storm for those in the Beloit area going back through Janesville, Wisconsin. Make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. Again, this is the latest from the National Weather Service. They have now officially issued a tornado warning for those in the Beloit area, Janesville, back through Interstate 3990. Make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That right there is your rotation, and again, it has been pretty strong here for the last several minutes. It would not surprise me if we did have a tornado at some point here in the next few minutes. We've obviously already had a couple of different tornadoes now at this storm, or at least gustnadoes at the bare minimum, and over the next few minutes, we'll have to watch for that potential near Janesville, Wisconsin, and the Beloit area. Again, make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. Again, this is in southern Wisconsin. The rotation is still in northern Illinois. With that being said, there is rotation right now in northern Illinois, just north of Sherland. It is going to be crossing over into Wisconsin, though, literally as we speak. It's probably already in southern Wisconsin. Yeah, if you're in Janesville, Wisconsin, you know any friends or family in this area, make sure that give them a heads up. Make sure that they are seeking shelter and away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This also includes Clinton and as well as Newark. This is about 103,000 people for a population here in this particular tornado warning in southern Wisconsin. This right here, again, is your pocket of rotation that is going to be moving to the north and east over the next several minutes. Areas like the town of Turtle, Tiffany are also in the track of this. And make sure that you're getting to your safe place. This storm has a history of producing gustnadoes or tornadoes. We had a couple of them. We had one live at the very beginning of this live stream. We will be going back to Connor once he is out of this rain, or at least when we see something. I am closely monitoring his feed as well, because he is pretty much in the storm right now. He's on the southern side, so he actually could run into this if there is a tornado actively happening. The storm is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour, for those that are wondering. Had somebody asking in chat. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in southern Wisconsin near Janesville. Rotation is just crossing over Illinois into Wisconsin. It is near Newark, and it's going to be moving toward the Beloit area, eventually towards Janesville, Tiffany, and Clinton. If you're in any of those areas, seek shelter away from windows on the lowest floor possible. Again, this storm has a history of producing a few tornadoes, at least a couple of them, if not gustnadoes. Yeah, we have Connor Croft at the bottom right of your screen. He is currently in the storm. This actually might not be a bad view here.
Should be okay up there. Should be alright. Have to shoot through Beloit. Need to find the quickest way to get through Beloit.
We're gonna go back to this screen here. We'll go back to him if anything ends up developing there. Again, he is currently driving northbound, I believe. He is probably just to the east of this rotation, so he'll have a pretty good view of it if it ends up dropping something. Again, he already spotted one of them. I think he actually saw 2 tornadoes today. I think another storm earlier produced at least something brief. Thank you, Yoshi, for the $5 super chat. Do you think Carroll Stream, Illinois will be seeing severe weather tonight? The Chicago suburbs, I'd be mindful of. There is going to be a chance for severe weather. I do think there is at least a conditional risk of a couple of isolated severe storms, but overall, it's nothing that you should be panicking about. It's a pretty isolated risk today. Obviously, this on radar looks pretty scary, but the risk of severe weather is fairly low today with very minimal shear in the environment, but here we go.
Rain wrapped again. It's rain wrapped again.
That's the left side there. That would be where the rotation's located. Completely rain wrapped right now, but he's going to try to reposition. There is a small opening with this storm. If we go back to the radar here, so you'll see here on the southeast side, there's actually a bit of an opening here, and that is where the tornadoes usually like to sit, is when we have an inflow going into the storm like this and a hook echo. This is usually where tornadoes sit, is right in there. So that's a pretty favorable spot, at least from a viewing perspective for storm chasers. Obviously, if you are in this warning, do not try to look outside. Make sure that you're staying in your safe place. Not worth looking outside for this, especially with the nature of it being that it is very rain wrapped for the most part. There's a very small little opening, but it's very minimal. But again, if you're in this tornado warning for those in Janesville, Wisconsin, Clinton, Newark, or the Beloit area, make sure that you are staying in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is an active tornado warning. This already had 2 tornadoes or gustnadoes at this point. Very possible that it drops another one. Got a couple of storms down here, by the way, near the Iowa and Illinois border. Those ones we'll also be watching for. Most of those are hailstorms right now, not currently tornadic. New velocity scan came in, and this is what we're talking about right here. That's the area of rotation that we will need to be watching for as it moves to the north and east. Though there's been a little bit of weakening in the latest scan, we've seen this a lot where it goes back and forth, and very easily could drop a tornado at some point as this continues to move to the north and east through areas in southern Wisconsin. Again, Janesville and Clinton, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, it was crazy. Again, if you go back to the very beginning of this live stream, you'll be able to see him literally driving through or about to be, almost drove through the tornado itself, or gustnado. And it's not confirmed yet. It very possibly could have been a gustnado. It didn't pick up much, but there was a lot of dust. All right, so Connor's repositioning right now, so we'll keep you posted if he ends up seeing anything. Again, he's currently actually going eastbound. He's going to be going toward Beloit. Again, this storm right now is moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. That's at least what the National Weather Service is saying. I'll go ahead and track it out so you get an idea of timing here, at least on the pocket rotation. There's the timing. It's on the left side of your screen, so if you see your location there, that is your estimated timing. Does not mean that you should be waiting to get in your safe place. If you're in areas like Bellcrest, you should not wait 3 minutes. You should be there now. Garden Village, Holiday Hills, all those areas, you should be in your safe place. But long-term, areas like Richmond, and as well as Johnstown, excuse me, will be impacted in about 35 to 40 minutes. That's the area of rotation that we're tracking out, not the hail core. Long-term, areas like Lauderdale, and as well as going through areas like Little Prairie, will be impacted in approximately an hour. This is on track to go toward Milwaukee, by the way. Though I don't think we're going to have much severe weather right there along the Great Lakes, it's not impossible in this sort of setup, especially if we have a long-term supercell like this. Where'd the storm come from? These storms have actually been in the forecast for a few days now. This storm developed a little while ago, probably about two and a half hours ago, and we have a whole line cluster sort of developing, bunch of semi-discrete and discrete supercells attempting to develop. Again, it's a very low shear environment. We've had multiple hooks on storms, but with that being said, a lot of these storms are going to be struggling with the low shear environment. But this is really the most favorable area, is really in areas like northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, perhaps even near the western half of the Chicago suburbs later this evening. It's possible that we get some sort of isolated tornado action. But again, this is nothing like what we saw back earlier last week. Nothing like that at all. Or not earlier last week, but the tail end of last week. Thank you, Yoshi, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for helping with these streams. Have been reducing my anxiety a lot. I'm glad that helps. Will you be doing any streams for the other days this week? I do have plans to go live Thursday at the bare minimum, possibly Friday. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is an active tornado warning in southern Wisconsin now. The area of rotation is right now moving into Wisconsin. We are losing the inflow on the storm, but the rotation is going to be located in here. It is a bit more rain wrap now. That's near Beloit. It is going to be moving toward areas like Tiffany, Town of Turtle, and Clinton, Wisconsin, and as well as perhaps Janesville. I do think Janesville might get missed by this, but still stay weather aware. It's entirely possible the storm goes a bit further up to the north. Interstate 3990 and Interstate 43 are also included in this in southern Wisconsin. Northern Illinois no longer, at least in the short-term threat of that area of rotation. It is now crossing into Wisconsin. But we do have a storm behind that, back over near Forston, that'll be moving toward Rockford. That has some broad rotation, so we'll have to watch that as it continues to move to the north and east. How's it going, Guy? Welcome back. Northwest Indiana, I don't think we'll see any severe weather tonight, but there will be a chance for some maybe like an isolated strong storm. How's it going, Bruce? Welcome back. It's a low risk across the board. That includes the Chicago suburbs. Today's threat is a marginal threat of severe weather. This is what we're talking about for the threat today. Notice the marginal threat goes all the way down into Louisiana and Texas. It's a huge risk today when it comes to the size. When it comes to the threat, it's a low threat overall, but there's a lot of areas being impacted. So it's obviously something that we need to watch for closely because there's a lot of people being impacted by a low-end threat, and that's obviously something to keep in mind. If you're anywhere down in Texas and Louisiana, there is a threat of severe weather down there. Areas like Texas and eastern Oklahoma really will not see much severe weather until overnight tonight. It's going to be more of a late-night threat. But back up here into the Midwest, back into areas like Louisiana, the main threat will be between now and probably through about 8 o'clock or so. I would say Midwest will probably be about through 7 to 8. That'll be the main time frame at this point in terms of severe weather. So we got a good 5 hours or so on the severe weather threat. Here's that latest radar scan. Looks like we're starting to at least see a little bit of an inflow trying to develop again over near Beloit. Again, Connor right now is repositioning. He should be approaching the Beloit area here pretty soon. He's at the bottom right of your screen. He's the one that actually captured this tornado previously back over near Sherland, Illinois. And this storm now, again, has a hook. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Look at the shelf cloud on the RFD forming.
That is impressive. That's a lot of scud cloud activity.
Right now, we just don't have access to it. We have to get through this town. That's how we missed the first tornado, was trying to get through a town.
The ominous skies there off to the north of where he is.
Good-looking shelf forming on the RFD.
Wow, those are really ominous skies. Again, he is repositioning on this storm. Obviously, this storm is definitely scary looking by the looks of it on the ground. Let's go back to the velocities here. I'm not really seeing as much rotation at this point. Obviously, it could recycle, but this would be the area that we need to watch for. Nothing really in unison right now. No imminent tornado, but again, with that being said, we've seen this recycle a couple of times. It very easily could recycle as it moves towards Clinton and perhaps even on the east side of Beloit. So we'll be watching those areas closely. And also the storm net probabilities on this particular storm updated about 8 minutes ago, still giving many areas in southern Wisconsin, including Janesville, back through Interstate 43, giving it about a 20 to 30% chance of there being a tornado within the next hour. So that is from the Atmosphere Analytics website. Thank you, Swimming, for the 199. Will Geneva, Wisconsin be okay? Yeah, Geneva's perfectly fine. Again, anywhere over in Wisconsin, I don't expect a severe weather threat tonight, to be honest with you. I think, if anything, you might see an isolated strong storm, but that would not happen until really tomorrow morning. It would be a pretty far ways from now. Thank you, Charlotte, as well, for the 499. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you. All right, let me go back over to Twitter here. Guys, if you're in the Chicago suburbs, the threat is not going to be for another couple of hours, but there is at least a marginal threat of severe weather tonight, meaning a low-end threat for an isolated severe storm in that area. We'll go back to Connor once he has another view on this storm. Again, this is currently an active tornado warning in southern Wisconsin. It goes for another 20 minutes, so until 3:45 p.m. Again, that does include areas like Clinton, Beloit, Tiffany, and Janesville, Wisconsin. This has a history of producing a potential, at least a gustnado, but if not a tornado. A couple of them, in fact, back over in northern Illinois. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 super chat. Will Macomb, Mississippi be okay? I'm not entirely sure where that is, but if it's in western Mississippi, really the only concern is isolated large hail, maybe a isolated large hailstorm as well, but really nothing too concerning. Still have multiple ways to receive alerts, but overall, the threat does remain pretty low across the board anywhere today. Again, the threat today is meant to be low with this particular setup. We have a very low shear environment, which essentially means that we're not going to have a whole lot of rotation with supercells. But with that being said, we've already had a couple of different tornadoes with that northern cell that's back over there in Wisconsin. To check out a couple of these other storms as well. A little bit of rotation back down near Mount Pleasant and southeast parts of Iowa. Golf ball sized hail ongoing there. Looks like we have another little hook developing on the storm near the Petersville area, so that'll have to be watched for as it goes toward Davenport. But overall, a lot of these storms semi-discrete to discrete. That does allow for that tornado risk to be apparent, even though there's really not a whole lot of shear in this particular environment. And it looks like Connor is making the turn to the north. This is what it looks like on that tornado warning cell.
Now, chat. See, it kind of looks outflowy, but I think this is because we're far away from it. It had that same look when we were far away from it before. Great, I accidentally auto-focused. Gosh dang it. I needed to wait for it to just stay fixed. It's like every time I touch it, it freaks out and goes back to auto.
That is the storm right there on the left side of your screen. And again, the rotation currently is going to be located on the north side of the Beloit area. That right there is your pretty large supercell here in southern Wisconsin. Again, a bit of a rarity for this time of the year.
Trying to look in there, it's hard.
All right, we'll go back to the tornado warning. This is what it looks like right now on live radar. And this is what it looks like right now near Beloit. This is the hook that we have right now. The rotation itself can be located on the north side of Beloit, Interstate 39, Interstate 43 right now on the track of this. I believe he's on Interstate 3990. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what he's on. Looks like it. This is your pocket of rotation, though, right now. It's going to be pretty still pretty broad right now. Another good view of the storm right now. Definitely some damaging wind potential. Definitely some hail. That right there is your supercell that, again, is moving through southern Wisconsin right now. Tornado warning goes for at least another 17 minutes. Very, very, very ominous skies. We had reports earlier, too, of a wall cloud with this. Never saw any photos of it, but we did have some reports of that. So the storm's been rotating for about an hour, I would say now, but been on and off.
Good job tracking this one so far.
Not sure what that alert would be for. Maybe there's another severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. We got 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. Some of those are in Louisiana. We're really not covering Louisiana storms in this stream, but that is something that's ongoing as well back down in Louisiana. And this is the current area of rotation. It's right now moving through areas near Interstate 3990 over Garden Village right now. Still pretty broad. Again, nothing too concerning for the time being. And it looks like this looks like a dolphin. You see the shape of this? This looks like a dolphin right here. Sort of. But this is the area of rotation. Again, it's on the northern side of Beloit. Yeah, if you're in southern Wisconsin, seek shelter away from windows lowest floor possible, specifically for Janesville, Clinton, Beloit, and New York.
If anything happens, we're going to see it. We're right in the notch out ahead of the storm.
That is, again, the live look at the storm right now. That is a pretty impressive view. I'd say so myself on this supercell thunderstorm in southern Wisconsin. Looks like a manatee. We could go with that too. That is scud clouds, by the way. That was not a funnel cloud. At least from what I was looking at. Yeah, this is the current look at the storm right now. Hook on the storm. Rotation's going to be a bit further up here to the north. It's going to be north of Beloit. Let's go back to the velocities. Yeah, again, still pretty broad rotation right now. This is what we're looking at. So this is the winds going toward the radar. These are the winds going away from the radar. That is a pretty typical clock or counterclockwise spin here. Cyclonic spin. That is very typical. 98% of tornadoes have cyclonic spin or counterclockwise. But again, pretty broad rotation for the time being. Very easily could recycle, though. Looks like Connor is now going eastbound, so he will be repositioning eastbound on this supercell. And long-term track of this, it's going to continue to move northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Areas in the track of this do include areas right there along Interstate 43. Milwaukee is really the main location in the long-term track, and Waukesha also is. A lot of blue skies there to the east on this particular storm. He is currently near the Beloit area. He's in Roscoe, Illinois specifically. I don't think that's correct, though. I don't think his location's updated. He is on the east side, though, of Beloit, Wisconsin. Kasha, thank you. Tornado warning goes for 14 more minutes. There are other storms rotating further down to the south and east. Again, we are watching these storms developing. They are firing off quickly down to the southwest of Davenport. Really not a whole lot of rotation as of now, but there's at least a little bit there. And then the storms back down in southeast Iowa, we are also watching closely. Up to golf ball-sized hail currently ongoing there. Again, this is our tornado warning, though, in southern Wisconsin. Our main focus, at least for the time being. Yeah, he's currently going eastbound. He probably will turn around here at some point down the road. Add storms by East Texas? Really? Look. Looking at my phone. I didn't think Texas would be seeing storms this early. Oh, it's all in primarily in Louisiana. There are a ton of thunderstorms in Louisiana right now. It's a there's a lot of action. There you go. Look at the left side. Look at the screen. Look at the left. Looks like scud cloud on the left side of your screen there.
Hold on, guys. I'll point you back to it. I need to find my.
So it sounds like he's gonna be getting off an exit here whenever he finds the next one. Who knows when that is?
Off?
Right. Apparently the person in front of him flipped him off. That's interesting. All right. Again, this is currently in southern Wisconsin near Beloit and Clinton. Again, there has been multiple. There's already been at least a couple of tornadoes with this. Probably about 25-ish minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. Yeah, about 30 minutes ago was when we had the last tornado confirmation with this. But there is, again, still some rotation. It actually looks like it is recycling again. We are getting a little bit more of a tightening there near Interstate 3990. So we'll be watching for that threat of a tornado developing with this over the next few minutes. Again, if you are in Clinton, Wisconsin, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, including Tiffany and Town of Turtle. All those areas, you should be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this is moving to the east-northeast, right along Interstate 43. Again, long-term, this is going toward Elkhorn, Wisconsin, and as well as Milwaukee. Will Milwaukee see a tornado risk? Who knows? It's really too early to tell on that, but there is definitely at least some sort of low-end threat as this storm does continue to move into parts of southern Wisconsin, like Elkhorn. I don't think the tornado threat will be too existent by the time it gets to Milwaukee, but still going to be something to watch for. The greatest tornado risk right now, according to StormNet, by the way, is with this particular storm across any of the other storms that we have right now. So this would be, again, the greatest threat, around 20% chance of this dropping a tornado in the next hour. Again, it's been pretty reliable. It's been very accurate as well. It's a very accurate resource that is from the Atmosphere Analytics. Credit to them for that. The latest update still shows that greatest probability being about 30 to 40% in the southern Wisconsin area, primarily between Beloit back through Elkhorn. This storm is moving northeast or east-northeast. It's not going toward the Chicago suburbs. Again, Milwaukee is really the only area in the track of this storm. There are more storms developing back out to the west. All of these we'll need to be watching for as well. Again, we are in a low shear environment, meaning that these storms are not going to have a great time rotating. That means the tornado risk naturally will be much lower than what we saw the other day in the Midwest. We had 11 confirmed tornadoes at least back in northern Illinois on Thursday. That's entirely possible that we get some sort of threat like that again, sometime down the road, but this is not the day. This is not the threat that we're talking about. It's a much lower threat overall, but again, there is still a chance for a couple of tornadoes. We've already had at least one today. It's entirely possible that we get more. Let's go back to... All right, we're going to stay on this screen for now until Connor turns back around here. Yeah, this is the rotation right now. It's near Interstate 3990, moving off to the north and east. Darien and the Delavon area in Wisconsin will be needs to be on alert as the storm does continue to move to the east-northeast. Rotation is broadened out, by the way, in the latest scan. Again, we've had kind of hit or miss with the rotation. It's a bit broader now. Again, it's entirely possible it does recycle. Again, this is moving to the north and east, going to be going toward Milwaukee long-term, probably in about an hour and a half. Again, stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. It does go for about 9 more minutes. Clinton is really the main location right now in this warning. Janesville, you are no longer in this tornado warning. There's no reason for you to be in shelter at this point unless you want to. This warning no longer includes Janesville, Wisconsin. We will be going back to Connor here in a minute. He's about to turn back around. Delavan, thank you. Shout out, by the way, to Jaws. Welcome back for the $50 donation. I really appreciate your very generous donation. Thank you very much, Jaws. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Jaws. Really do appreciate that. Thank you very much, Jaws. Really do appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you're doing all right. Hope everything's going well. Very, very generous. Delavan. Is that right? All right, I'm going to check Twitter and see if we have any reports coming in. I believe Connor is... Oh, he's turned around. Let's go to him, actually.
I'm cool with the dead end. Yeah, this should be good. Right past this next little burn pile thingy.
How's it going, Ian?
Hopefully we don't get a flat going down this. It's exactly the type of road you get a flat tire, but it has a good view, so kind of got to work with it. All right, here's our view of this thing coming right at us, chat.
Some broad rotation developing near Buffalo Prairie, Illinois, by the way. Heads up for Western Illinois.
At the
present some rotation
moment.
Developing over there. New update, by the way. New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for those in parts of Elkhorn, the Delavan area, Whitewater in southern Wisconsin along Interstate 43. This is between Beloit all the way back into areas near Elkhorn. Milwaukee is not included in this, by the way. This is still pretty far away from there. The main concern right now is damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. There is no tornado possible label with this, but with that being said, we do still have some rotation here. Though it's broad, it's entirely possible it does redevelop as this continues to move to the north and east. That is the latest update here. Let's go back to Connor. He is currently in Clinton, Wisconsin. So he is actually just east of this pocket of rotation, which is pretty perfect at this point where he's positioned for this storm.
Just gotta watch it, chat. Watch it.
Very ominous skies. Again, this is in southern Wisconsin. This is an active tornado warning just south of Janesville. Janesville no longer included in the tornado warning, in case you didn't hear that a couple minutes ago. The areas included do include Clinton, Tiffany, and the town of Turtle. Beloit is still included, but Beloit, unless you're on the very far northeastern side, you are okay. If you're in the downtown area, the storm has now moved to your north and east. With that being said, there's still potential for a little bit of small hail there with the storm behind.
Can take 140 north or south if it tightens up.
Yeah, so your rotation's going to be located right about Tiffany. Let's go back to the full screen here for a second. This is where the rotation's located. It's in that black circle. So right about Tiffany or so, just west of there. That's where the rotation is. It's still pretty broad right now. Let's go back to the velocities. Again, notice it's still broad. It's been kind of hit or miss for the most part. But that's where it is right now.
Enjoy this scenery coming right at us.
Back to the full cam view. If somebody can, please remind me after the stream to post my color table for Radar Omega in the description. I keep forgetting to do that. I have people ask me all the time, because I custom made this. Thank you, Jaws, for gifting 10 members to the channel. If you got a membership from Jaws, make sure to thank him in the chat. I really do appreciate you, Jaws, a lot. Thank you very much. Jaws is a OG, one of the most generous people I've ever met. I really do appreciate you, Jaws. Thank you very much.
The rotation's almost getting going near Tiffany, further to my north.
Look how ominous the skies are.
It's hard to see.
It's so dark here in southern Wisconsin.
But I'm just gonna sit here for a second.
And this is the Supercell that we're talking about. Tornado warning does expire in 4 minutes. We will see if they reissue it. I don't think they will. But again, this will be moving to the east-northeast toward Elkhorn. This is, again, the area of rotation. It's located over Tiffany right now. This is moving to the north and east. Turtle Lake and Richmond, you need to be staying on alert in southern Wisconsin. Again, that rotation will be moving toward you, but again, still fairly broad, at least for the time being. We'll go back to Connor here in a minute. Thank you, Jaws, as well, for being an 18-month VIP Velocity member. That is insane. I really do appreciate you, Jaws. Thank you. What's the cape? I don't think the instability is very high today. I will double check. Pretty sure it's like below 1,000 joules per kilogram, but I will check. In case something has drastically changed here. Yeah, in this area in particular, it's actually closer to 1,500. It's actually a little bit higher than I thought it was. The peak today is about 2,000. That's at least in the mixed layer. So about 1,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram. That is actually a pretty good amount of instability, but with that being said, it's such a low shear environment. It's going to be a struggle for these storms to produce tornadoes. This is back to the full cam view right now. Again, this is on the storm that is currently tornado warning in southern Wisconsin, at least for the next 3 minutes. The warning may be lifted at any time, or it'll expire in 3 minutes. We'll see which one happens first. It'll probably just be let to expire. Rotation's still there, but it's still pretty broad. That's over near Tiffany. On right of your screen is the live radar feed.
Oh, it's nice out there, Chad. It may be struggling to stay surface-based now, I'm not going to lie. It may be struggling to stay surface-based.
Flint, Michigan will be okay.
The velocity signature on radar is giving me kind of elevated vibes.
Yeah, if you're in Michigan, I'm not really concerned about a tornado risk.
I'm getting elevated vibes from it.
Yeah, so as Connor was saying, it is entirely possible that this is going a bit more elevated now, which what that basically means is that the storm base is starting to lift a bit more, and that sometimes limits the overall tornado risk. And so near Interstate 3990 and Interstate 43, again, the rotation itself is near Tiffany.
Go after it or drops out.
My audio keeps getting too loud. But that area there near Tiffany, that's where our rotation has been. But really at this point, I do think this is going to be a bit more of a hail and wind concern. But the rotation's still struggling to stay alive. It's been like that for about 45 minutes now. It's been hit or miss for the most part. Very mixed signals, though, in terms of rotation. It's really not been there for the most part over the last 30 minutes or so. Fairly weak winds in between the red and greens, which usually means broad rotation. And that should probably continue at least for the next 15 to 20 minutes. We'll see if it does recycle, though, because, again, a lot of these storms have recycled today. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning for Davenport, Iowa. This is actually going to be something to watch for. There is a tornado possible label on this, but we do have a hail core developing. If you are in Davenport, Iowa, you need to be making sure that you are staying weather aware here. There's definitely a large hail core right now brewing near Edgington, and it's going to be moving toward Davenport. Ping pong ball sized hail is currently the threat.
These ones might be the only ones that still have a chance, considering
It's
they're
back to the
not
full
on
cam
the
view
front.
again in southern Wisconsin. Some lightning there in the background as well. Lightning's been dying down quite a bit with this storm.
And on the warm front. Area to watch is actually pretty much right there, Chad.
All right, tornado
right
warning is
in front of the
officially expired.
Basically the area you want to watch for any funny business.
But this is still producing the potential for a tornado. Even if it's a low threat, it definitely still exists. I'm going to check the StormNet probabilities. I don't know if they've updated yet. The StormNet probabilities will update in a few minutes. We'll see what those show. They still show this area being the highlighted region for a tornado risk. You can see out there in the distance, don't really see anything like a funnel cloud or anything like that, but there's definitely a good amount of lightning, obviously a big rain shaft
right
behind
in front of us a little bit.
the few cumulus clouds there in the front. If you're wondering, by the way, what we're using, this is Radar Omega. You can download it with the
I do not
the
want
link near the
autofocus
bottom
for
of the
last
description.
time,
It's not at the top.
Larix.
Near the
Yeah, I
bottom.
don't want it. Oh, that's interesting right above us as well.
Sunny and 70 degrees in Detroit right now. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. Some more scud clouds right above his head. Hey, have a great day, Nate. Appreciate you tuning in. Almost said night. It's not night yet.
Very interesting right in front of us.
Where can you find the Cape on Radar Omega? You can go into our computer models if you want to just look at, you know, what the forecasted one is from like the HRRR. It's usually what I do.
It's almost time to leave.
Otherwise, you can look at sounding data. I'll look at all those scud clads. The sounding data is something that you can find on like the National Weather Service website. Have I ever seen a tornado with the naked eye? I have yet to see a tornado in my lifetime.
A little bit of left to right.
Unfortunately, I do want to see one at some point. I mean, I've only storm chased twice, and that was those were both for hurricanes, so they weren't tornadoes or anything like that. The tornado risk was really low when those happened.
Right in front of us. Might be trying right there. A little spin up.
You can actually see in front of him right now. There is a little bit of spinning in those clouds, just a little bit.
Left to right. Left to right, it's right there.
Velocity's bottom right of your screen. Maybe a little bit there near 140. Not much.
Spinning.
There's a little bit of spinning though in the clouds, just a little bit.
Spinning, chat. I think it tried. Didn't get it though.
It's frightening. I wouldn't say this is too frightening, what we're seeing here. I mean, there's a little bit of spin, but it's nothing. It's definitely nothing like rapid or intense by any means.
It's a nice left to right motion, and
a little baby rotation. It's not much.
Let's see.
Even that, it's really not much rotation. It's just enough for you to see it.
Velocity picked up a little bit again.
But this is nothing like what we saw the other day. The other day was just crazy. 11 different tornadoes, which multiple of them we didn't even see on live stream because, you know, again, they were more brief, but
probably gonna get a little out ahead of this again.
Never know, could get a little Gustnado going too.
That wispy thing you see is not a funnel. FYI.
By the way, can you hear Connor all right? I didn't. I'm assuming yes, because I haven't heard anybody complain about it.
Make it clear that it
I
wasn't.
want to make sure its audio's good.
Not rotating.
How's it going, Ken? Okay, cool. Alright, Connor is now moving. Yeah, and this is the current storm that has had a history of producing a couple of tornadoes. By the way, if you go back to the very beginning of this live stream, you scroll that little red slider all the way back, you will actually be able to see the tornado that ended up happening at the very beginning of this live stream in northern Illinois. Just want to throw that out there for those wondering. But this storm is the same one that produced that. It's moving to the east-northeast. It's going to be going toward Elkhorn and the Delavon area. Again, if you're in the track of this, make sure that you're staying away from windows, as there will still be a chance for some damaging wind gusts as this moves off to the east. We also have a bunch of other severe thunderstorm warnings back down to the south and west. Definitely some damaging wind potential with this as it continues to move to the north and east. Back to Connor here. I don't know if you see something.
So we tried to have a brief spin up there. Okay, no longer attempting that. Try to get a brief spin up there. Now I don't see much anything. Maybe up there. Look at that.
You actually see it a little bit.
Look at that. Whoa.
You actually see a little bit of spin in those clouds too. That's rotation right there, actually. Yeah, it's not much, but it's there. It's literally right above his head. He is looking into the sky, and there's rotation right there. You guys see that? It's so small, but you can see it. Just a little bit of rotation. You can see that counterclockwise spin, like I was mentioning on radar as well. There's a little bit of rotation on radar as well. It's really not much, though. I think for the most part, this is pretty weak rotation. Velocities are definitely overestimating this one a little bit.
There's a cyclonic and an anticyclonic vortex.
He's actually saying it's anticyclonic. I'm trying to think. I think think
Hey, let's
I
get
think
out of
that's
here.
cyclonic. I could be wrong.
Look
I
at
just have
that.
to think
Look
about my
at the
directions.
reach. Look at the RFD reach there.
All right, go back to the storm here. Yeah, so there's a little bit of rotation there. It's not much. Again, this is the storm right now that is producing the potential for damaging winds and large hail. I do want to touch on a couple of these other storms real quick because there are other storms ongoing. Believe it or not, there's actually a bunch of them. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning about to expire near the Prophetstown area. This area actually had a tornado warning the other day with the other tornado event. Back further to the west, for those in Davenport, be mindful this storm is intensifying, producing the potential for hail up to golf ball size, in addition to some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. This is a pretty nasty looking supercell. That's moving to the north and east. Again, a low shear environment. Though there is a chance for a tornado, it is pretty low at this point, even with this storm. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Morrison, Prophetstown, as well as back through the Hillsdale area, Comanche, Princeton, and LeClaire. This is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and as well as some quarter-sized hail. Then we have a little cluster of storms that is now fired off back down in areas like Mount Pleasant, Donaldson, and even into northeast Missouri, but this is primarily in southeast Iowa. This storm is now a tornado possible label with up to golf ball sized hail and as well as the potential for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Doesn't look like we have any closer radar sites, but this storm does have a little hook on it, which is why there's now a tornado possible. So notice that hook right there. That'll be moving toward New London over the next few minutes in southeast Iowa. We'll go back up to this storm for the time being. Again, if you are in Davenport, stay weather aware. I will be going back to that storm if it does develop into anything over the next few minutes. Bring down my audio a little bit so I can hear this better. Here we go. Lots of thunder in Davenport. Yeah, that storm is pretty big right now. By the way, if you're wondering about rotation with this, if there is any rotation left, it would be located northwest of Darien. I'm not really seeing much right now. Maybe a little bit of wind, some gusty winds, but definitely at this point, the rotation's been much weaker. We will see if that recycles, but I do think it's become a bit more elevated, as Connor was mentioning earlier. This is the other storm near Davenport as well, moving northeast. If you are in Davenport, make sure that you are staying, again, weather aware, staying away from windows as the storm approaches. There is a chance for some hail, or wind-driven hail, I should say. It's a live view of the storm that is currently up in southern Wisconsin. It's a little lower in there. Let me full screen. Yeah, a little bit of something there. This is in southern Wisconsin. We've been on the storm for, primarily on this storm for about an hour now.
Tell exactly what was going on back there.
So he was just looking at that storm. There's a little bit of something there, but I couldn't really tell if that was a lowering. It was a little bit blurry. The interestingly enough, StormNet, this is again giving you an idea of the tornado probabilities over a 1 hour period. So this is basically like now casting a tornado risk, and it's pretty accurate. And notice that there is currently still, with that particular storm, perhaps about a 20-30% chance of there being a tornado in the next hour with it. So definitely still something to watch for. And then back near Davenport, we now have a probability there, at least around 5% or so, maybe a 10% chance of a tornado with that. And then back down near Mount Pleasant, the other storms that are firing off also have a chance there. So and that's from the Atmosphere Analytics, credit to them, but it's really fantastic tool that is now available. Gives you an idea of the 1 hour tornado probabilities, and it has been very accurate thus far, which is the reason why I'm using it. There's a new update, by the way, on the storm over in Mount Pleasant. That storm is actually producing up to 2-inch hail right now in Mount Pleasant, Iowa. So an increasing hail core right now over in Mount Pleasant near Route 34 near New London. That'll be moving toward Mount Union and Morning Sun. The latest on this is that it is now producing up to 2-inch hail, and it is still currently moving to the east-northeast. Stay weather aware there, and we still have a nasty storm right now moving toward Davenport. This one is also tornado possible labeled, so that means that there is at least some broad rotation associated with this, which I'm not really seeing much of that right now. There might be like a little bit there, but it's not much. I would be much more concerned at this point about the hail potential with this. Notice the hail core located over near Buffalo. That's moving toward Walnut Grove and eventually going toward Davenport and the suburbs of Davenport, Iowa. And we still have a larger cluster of storms developing near Princeton and LeClaire. This is moving to the east-northeast through western Illinois. And again, we have our storm in southern Wisconsin that Connor Croft is on, and he is keeping us posted with that one as he continues to move more to the east-northeast as well. It's a new feature. It is new. StormNet is something that's much more recently made. And it is a very useful tool. It has been actually incredibly accurate with a lot of these severe weather events as of lately. Thanks, Linda. Appreciate it. By the way, make sure to thank Jaws for gifting members. He was the one that gifted members earlier. Not sure if he's still here. By the way, if you're new to the channel, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. It's completely free to do. We do severe weather coverage all the time, even for marginal threats like this. Oh, I just missed it. Connor was on a pretty good look at the storm there. He'll probably go back to it here in a second. By the way, make sure to like the stream as well. This page out a lot. And we're currently on the Davenport storm. This is the one that's producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We are going to monitor the threat of a tornado with this. And we are also watching Connor Croft on the southern Wisconsin storm for any updates there. And also the Mount Pleasant storm. There are multiple storms ongoing, but really the main focus at this current time is the Mount Pleasant one, the Davenport one, and also the southern Wisconsin supercell that's been rotating for quite a while. We actually have a close range look at this storm now with the different radar site. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation from that radar site. This is an incredible view of some craziness that the radar has spewed out. That's not a tornado, by the way. It's interesting to see. Definitely some wind, though. I mean, we're definitely talking about at least some damaging wind potential there. Moving toward Elkhorn right now. Yeah, this is the Davenport storm. I believe Connor is about to have some video of the storm in Wisconsin here in a second. No problem, Patrick. I appreciate you tuning in. How are the dew points? I believe they're in the upper 50s for the most part. Wow, look at those ominous skies. That's southern Wisconsin. I believe for the most part, they should be in the mid to upper 50s. I don't think really any areas are in the 60s right now, but I will check. Yeah, 2 points across the board, mid to upper 50s. There's a couple of spots touching 60. So there is at least a little bit of buoyancy, but it's not much. Very ominous skies here in southern Wisconsin. And currently we do have about 5, 6, we have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing across Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, and Wisconsin. This is just one of the 7. Oh, look at that storm. Wow, this storm has had some really impressive views, at least from a mid-level or even lower-level cloud situation here. I haven't seen too many lowerings, but this is still a pretty impressive view here of this supercell. And this is Connor Croft. He is located east of Clinton now. That is a really impressive view of the supercell. And this storm is actively producing the threats of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds for those in Elkhorn, Delavon as well.
Interesting.
It's currently the main concern. I am checking on the other storms, by the way, back down in
crazy coupler.
Western Illinois right now on my phone.
Wow, that's an insane coupler up there. Hopefully,
We're getting a lot of reports of hail in the just south of Davenport in Western Illinois, but no rotation for the most part with that storm. The rotation's been pretty minimal to this point.
Might be some radar contamination.
Yeah, Connor just said it too. I think there is some radar contamination here, because I'm not seeing at least anything on here that would represent this sort of crazy signature.
Yo, right here. Look at that rotation. That rotation right there.
Storm is looking interesting. It's not a position where there would be a tornado. Let me check this. There's something there. You can see the rotation right there on screen. Literally right above Connor. That is spinning. You can actually, I mean, that's actually the most impressive rotation we've seen overhead today. That rotation right there, that is rotating. That is cooking. Yeah, this is in southern Wisconsin. This is near Elkhorn. This is a live view of the storm. Rotating. It's trying. And it's not an overly favorable environment for tornadoes, but we've already had a couple, perhaps earlier.
Another quick spin up try. Dude, there's a huge mezzo to the north, but I don't really understand where it is. Like, I don't see it. Like, I don't understand. Yeah, I can't really help it, Dad. I don't know.
That's interesting. The storm is still trying.
It just reverts right back to the default the moment I move it. So,
tornado?
Oh, tornado! 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 Tornado!
There's a tornado behind the house. Oh, you actually can see leaves flying.
There it is. There it is. It's gonna come around the house.
Oh, yeah. There's a tornado on the ground. This is currently located near Elkhorn. At least a gustnado. There is a tornado in progress in southern Wisconsin. If you're in Elkhorn, Delavon, Turtle Lake, or Darien, seek shelter. There's at least something small there. You can see the debris. At least, again, it's at least a gustnado. Oh, my bad. I'm on the wrong screen. This is right now located, again, located near Elkhorn and Delavon in southern Wisconsin. Let's go back full screen.
Did have a tornado right over there. There it is. There it is. Still on the ground.
Actually, kind of in the middle.
Still on the ground. Trying to figure out a way for you guys to see it better.
Something small. It's there. Dust being picked up there. There's your tornado warning. Now a tornado warning issued for the storm for Richmond, Turtle Lake, Troy, Elkhorn, and southern Wisconsin. Again, you're going to want to make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning.
Right there. Really weak, really weak.
That's a very small little, at least gustnado, possibly a tornado there. Again, this is now the third time at least that this storm has produced something like that.
It was from that dust, that swirl we saw above our head. Yep, tornado. There it is. There's the warning.
Wow.
Gotta figure out what the best play is here.
Let's go back. Live radar is a little bit behind. We're gonna wait for the next radar scan. But there's a lot, as Connor said, there's a lot of circulations in this. Going to the live radar feed here, there are a bunch of different like little areas that we're watching. I mean, there's one up here near Turtle Lake. There's another one right in here. Perhaps something down here that's weaker, but I'm guessing this is the one that produced something. Again, it wasn't much, but there is at least some rotation there. Again, if you are currently in southern Wisconsin, for those in Elkhorn, Troy, Turtle Lake, Richmond, you want to make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is now at least the third time that we've seen something on the ground in this live stream. All right, still a tornado on the ground. We're gonna go back to Connor. There's, all right, still something
right here,
in progress
right
here. Oh, it's actually crossing the road. Look in the middle.
And if that's a tornado,
actually right there in the middle.
Weak.
And again, wind shear pretty weak today, so we're probably not going to see anything strong. But that right there was the crossing the highway. Blacked out there for a second. There you go. See the dust right there. And now he's saying RFD.
Might just be RFD kicking up dust. If this is a tornado, it's the weakest tornado.
Yeah, that was definitely very weak. There was a lot of dust. Rear flank downdraft, by the way, is what RFD means. All right, let's go back to here. So again, this storm obviously has had some like little spin ups at this point. A few, at least some gustnadoes, very, 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 very weak tornadoes. One of the two. Again, a lot of dust being picked up. That's about it. Again, this environment not overly favorable for strong, long track tornadoes by any means. We don't have much shear, but there is definitely a little bit of rotation right now located just southeast of Richmond. That's going to be moving to the north and east toward Route 12, Interstate 43 in Troy. If you're in this warning, stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Janesville sirens just went off now? Really? Interesting. Might be for the severe thunderstorm warning. That would be my only guess. Because there is no tornado warning right now for Janesville. Interestingly enough, the StormNet tornado probabilities have just increased this area of rotation to about a 55 to 60% chance of dropping a tornado within the next hour. So this particular storm has that chance. And StormNet is an experimental tool, but it has been pretty accurate thus far. So it's entirely possible that that happens. Never know. Again, this storm is in southern Wisconsin. If you're just tuning in, moving toward Troy, Big Bend, as well as the Waukesha area and Milwaukee will be in the track of this long term. But in the short term, we are primarily watching for areas near Delavon, Elkhorn. Again, if you're in those areas, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And Milwaukee and Waukesha do not have to be in your safe place right now. This storm is still very far from you, and it's very possible that it does weaken by the time it gets there. We have multiple different areas of rotation, though. At least a few little spin-up areas. Nothing definitive, though, in terms of a strong area of rotation right now. Again, all this right now is moving to the north and east. It'll be moving toward Troy and Interstate 43. Connor right now is repositioning. We will go back to him once he has a better view on the storm. Definitely some gusty winds with this at the bare minimum, if not damaging winds. Thank you, Lyle, for the $2 super chat. Should we be preparing in Kentucky? Kentucky shouldn't be too bad today, unless you're in Western Kentucky. I don't even think Western Kentucky's really in this. Check. Yeah, unless you're in like the very western sliver there of Kentucky, maybe one or two counties, you are okay. Not really expecting much of a severe weather risk there. Janesville is currently not dealing with any sort of tornadic situation. Again, it is just a little bit of maybe a little bit of like small hail, but that's about it. Maybe gusty winds. There's no tornado warning. You are not imminent on a tornado risk. The tornado warning does currently include Richmond, Turtle Lake, and Troy. Again, is in east of Janesville. This is all moving east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. You check Davenport. Yeah, I'll check it real quick. Davenport storm still producing some golf ball sized hail. There is going to be some hail in Davenport for sure. I'm not seeing much rotation. Again, there is a tornado possible label on this, but I'm not seeing much in terms of active rotation. But still stay in your safe place. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning because wind-driven hail is entirely possible. That could go into windows and such. Thank you, Lyle, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And if you're just tuning in, this is all coverage right now for Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, and as well as Missouri, which actually has a severe thunderstorm warning. We are currently sitting at about 6 severe thunderstorm warnings across this region in the Midwest, and in addition to 1 tornado warning. That tornado warning right now for Richmond and Troy, and as well as Elkhorn in Wisconsin. Connor Croft, Storm Chaser, at the bottom right of your screen. He is currently on this tornado warning cell. He has already caught at least 1 or 2 tornadoes now. If not, there were Gustnadoes. Gustnadoes are really just a weak, just weak in general, and these tornadoes in general have also been pretty weak. Just a lot of dust. But it's entirely possible that we get something else with this storm down the road. Again, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts over the next few hours, because there will be more severe weather. We've already had a bunch of it, but obviously the threat today is a 1 out of 5. That's a marginal threat of severe weather. It's a pretty low threat overall. It's very low. Main concern today will be damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour, perhaps some isolated large hail, and maybe even another brief tornado or 2, maybe even a gustnado or 2. This is a live view on that tornadic supercell that is moving east-northeast. Nothing confirmed as of right now, but this is continuing to move to the east-northeast, and it could produce another tornado here at any time. And again, Connor Croft right now is repositioning. He's in Darien, Wisconsin.
Tornado might just...
And we'll be keeping posted with the latest as this storm continues to roll to the east-northeast. Thank you, Hemp, for the $5 super chat. Can you show us Rockford, Illinois? Rockford's not really dealing with anything too crazy right now. Again, just a couple of thunderstorms to your east, or sorry, not to your east, to your west and north. Neither of them are severe, but there could be some small hail and gusty winds. But no imminent tornado risk or anything like that. That's crazy, Marilyn. I'm glad she didn't get hit by it. Tornadoes can definitely be scary, and the event that we had last week, that was obviously way more intense and way crazier than this one. There's no doubt about that. This event is... it's a fraction of what that event was. But this event's different. I mean, we're not talking about apples to apples here. We're definitely talking about apples to oranges. This severe weather event, a much lower shear environment with a bit of a higher probability of hail. And with that being said, I mean, we had a 30% hatched risk of hail last week. This is, again, not what we're talking about here, where we're going to see 4 or 5 inch hailstones or anything like that, but there is definitely going to be at least some sporadic hail with these storms. Quarter, half dollar, maybe ping pong ball sized hail. The largest hail that we've had so far today was hen egg sized hail back down in southeast Iowa, and Davenport right now is dealing with up to golf ball sized hail. So there's already been a lot of different activity, and this is the Davenport storm right now, producing the potential for some golf ball sized hail. The hail core has shrunk, though, over the last few minutes, and really not looking at much rotation on that right now. But Connor right now is getting a better view of this supercell that has the possibility to produce a tornado. A couple of different areas of little spin-ups near Turtle Lake, near going toward Troy, and near Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Let's go back to Connor.
Is that rotating? So hard to tell, man.
Bizarre winter. Yes, it has been. Hope you can get a break in. I'm surprised this live stream has been this long. I really did not think we'd be live for this entire duration of this storm. I mean, this storm has been going for over an hour now. It's been going really for 2 hours, and it's been rotating for probably about 2 hours now, but it wasn't really producing anything until an hour and 15 minutes ago, hour and 20 minutes ago. If you look closely, by the way, you can see some of the leaves flying. It's not an indication of a tornado by any means, but at least gives you an indication that there are some gusty winds in this area. Very bizarre, obviously, to have more severe weather in this area in the month of even early March. It's not something that we see very often, but not unheard of. This is radar indicated rotation. This is not on the ground. Basement's always a good thing. Basement, storm shelter. Both of those are really useful things. This storm is on track to hit Milwaukee in probably about an hour or so. I will track it out here. Milwaukee's current estimated time is
Radar suggests that there might be a
65
tornado,
to 70 minutes, so just a little over an hour from now.
Just impossible.
Timestamps on the left side of your screen. That's the track of it. Oh, my bad. I'm not. There you go. And that is also not in the right spot. Here we go. So that is the current timing on this storm. The timestamps on the left. Slow scroll. We'll go back to Connor here in a second. He's still trying to position himself on this. That's all the timing. So, again, Milwaukee, probably a little over an hour. Just a hair over an hour from now. Still got multiple pockets of rotation. I would really say the main one that we're watching is right here near Elkhorn. Notice there's like a little hook right there, a little inflow. We've had some little areas of rotation up here as well near the Tibbetts area, but it has not been really, at this point at least, confirmed. Let's go back to Connor. He's about to have an opening.
Some crap blocking my view.
Yeah, if you're in Troy, Elkhorn, Richmond, Turtle Lake, any of those areas here in parts of southern Wisconsin, you need to make sure that you're in your safe place, which is an interior room of your home or building. Basement or a bathroom are usually the best places, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
Oh wait, there it is. There it is. Big vortex. Don't know if it's on the ground.
So we got two storm chasers like in the same spot right now on this.
Big vortex.
Connor's about to show us what he's talking about. Got more. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that rotation.
Big vortex right there.
Wow.
I'm not sure if it's on the ground. It looks like it might be on the ground right there. Really fast wrapping rain.
A lot of rainfall in there as well. Birds are flying. You got the rotation though at the top there. That is.
Right there, though. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
And if you're in this area, seek shelter immediately. This is for Elkhorn, Troy, Wisconsin. Bottom right of your screen is what we're talking about with the warning.
Not so. That's on the ground or not. But the RFD is ripping behind.
That's the rear flank downdraft is pretty strong right now.
Might cross this road. Or it might stay to the north of this road. Wow. Incredible.
All right, let's go back to here. This again, the tornado warning. Some pretty strong rotations developing on this near the Delavon area, near Elkhorn, going off to the north and east toward Troy. And no confirmation of a tornado to this point, but if there is a tornado, we'll probably see it here live in a minute. This thing is ripping right now with strong winds. All right. See if we have anything else as well on Twitter. See if we have any reports. By the way, this tornado warning has just been condensed a little bit, but it does still include Turtle Lake, Lauderdale Lakes, East Troy, Potter Lake, and Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Population of 25,000. Yeah, this storm's moving east-northeast. This could drop a tornado at any time. Obviously, very dynamic setup here. Very weak shear, but this definitely still has some pretty... definitely a possibility of producing something in the next few minutes. And Connor's calling it a cinnamon bun vortex. I've never heard of that before. I do know what that implies. We have a new tornado warning near Davenport as well that we'll be getting to. We have now 2 tornado warnings. I'm going to go to this storm real quick. Connor looks like he's about to get a view on that storm, so let's do this quick. Tornado warning for Kelowna, Carbon Cliff, and as well as back through East Malign. This is just east-southeast of Davenport. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This rotation is going to be located in this hook that you can see right here. That right there is the hook, Echo, that we have. That would be where the tornado would be located. Strong inflow as well. You're going to want to make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. This will be moving toward Hillsdale, Cleveland, Kelowna, and East Malign. And that is our latest Supercell now to be tornado warned. That means we have now 2 different tornado warnings, one of which right now is back over in Wisconsin. This is the other one, which is definitely looking pretty nasty right now. That's going toward Carbon Cliff. Again, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Wow, look at this. Possible tornado right now. I can't tell.
We might be in it. We might be in it. We might be in it.
A bunch of leaves just went flying by on Connor's screen.
We might have been just inside that. We might have just 0 metered.
Yeah, this is the storm in southern Wisconsin, not the new tornado warning.
We might have just intercepted.
There's a bunch of leaves and little debris kind of flying into his face there. At least a second ago, I don't know if everybody saw it there, but there was a lot of small stuff there that was just flying across the screen.
What in the world?
We'll go back to him in a minute. This is, again, the storm that we're talking about here. It's near Elkhorn, and it's going to be going toward Troy. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's going to be located more than likely down here, closer to Elkhorn. And again, if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, we have our other tornado warning ongoing in western Illinois. We'll wait for the next radar scan on this one as well. Once we get that, I'll go back to it. 2-inch hail now possible near Morrison and Prophetstown. We have a lot of crazy severe weather happening right now. 2-inch hail possible now with that storm back over in western sections of Illinois. That'll be going toward Prophetstown over the next few minutes. If I'm ever looking down, that's because I'm looking at my phone for radar data as well. Just an FYI. I'm watching the other storm that's tornado warned pretty closely as well. Fenton, Morrison, Linden, and Prophetstown, you should be in your safe place, and Union Grove in western Illinois. That storm is producing up to 2-inch hail.
I'm looking behind me to see if it's behind me, but I can't see.
And Connor's driving through this tornado warned cell right now. There was possibly some sort of small little tornado there a second ago. This is the storm that we're talking about in southern Wisconsin. This is moving east-northeast. Yeah, Milwaukee will be on the track of this eventually. Still a little ways away. Traveling right along Interstate 43. Thank you, Tree, by the way, for the $1.99. Moline, thank you. Alright, let's get back to this other tornado warning back down in western Illinois. No radar update yet. Should be coming in here any second. This is your rotation right now. It's near East Moline. It's going to be going toward Carbon Cliff in western Illinois. Again, stay in your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning, which is, again, a bit of a separate one. Again, this is what we're talking about right now with this storm. This is the latest radar scan, 423. So this is near Carbon Cliff. Again, this is the area that we're watching for the potential for a tornado. That's just south now of East Moline. And that's, again, going to be moving toward Cleveland, Osborne, and eventually Hillsdale, traveling pretty much right along Interstate 88 here in western Illinois. Again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. Massive hailstorm ongoing as well near Morrison and Prophetstown and Linden. This is near Route 30 and as well as Interstate 88. Large hail core in progress that is producing up to 2-inch hail. We also have another storm that's trying to fire up here near Dixon. That's not rotating, but it's going to be something to watch for the potential for some large hail. Maybe a little bit of rotation as well near Fenton, just a little bit. Storm down here east of Mount Pleasant, weakening a little bit with the tail core, by the way, which is good news. We also have other storms that are strengthening right now. Like this storm that seems to never want to die. This storm's been going on forever. Connor, again, is on this storm. He's repositioning. We'll go back to him once he has a view of this. Again, this storm has had a history of producing gustnadoes or even a few tornadoes at this point, and is moving toward Troy and East Troy in southeast Wisconsin. It's going to be moving toward Milwaukee. Milwaukee will be hit by this in approximately 50 to 60 minutes, but keep in mind the storm is probably going to weaken before it gets there. Even if it is still tornadic by that point, at least have multiple ways to receive warnings and whatnot, but I still think it's a low chance that this remains tornadic that far east. There's a red blob in Alabama. Alabama is not in the red blob on the thumbnail. That red blob is just showing the risk area. That goes for any severe weather live stream. If you're just tuning in, there are 2 tornado warnings ongoing. This one's in southeast Wisconsin. This is more of a zoomed out view of what we're talking about. And then we also have a tornado warning back down in western Illinois near Davenport. This one's moving east. Davenport is not in the risk for this, but there is still some broad rotation there near East Moline. That's going to be going through Carbon Cliff, eventually going toward Hillsdale in western Illinois in a few minutes. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. No reports on this other than there's being radar indicated rotation. Between mile markers 1 and 9 on Interstate 80, by the way. And Interstate 88, it's between mile markers 1 and 15. Those that are truck drivers or just doing your evening commute, rush hour is happening between now and about 6:30. So keep that in mind. And just to update, Connor Croft, I hear him in the background. He is currently still driving. He's trying to reposition, but he doesn't have any clear view right now on any sort of rotation. So just kind of keeping you posted there. He's the storm chaser at the bottom right of your screen. But he is repositioning. He's had multiple views on this storm. He is still on this Wisconsin tornado warned storm. And again, he's moving right now to the east. We have now 3 tornado warnings. There is a brand new tornado warning in western Wisconsin. This includes Sterling and Morrison. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is the other one that we're just talking about a few minutes ago. There was a little bit of rotation near Fenton. And this is, again, moving off to the east-northeast. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is also radar-indicated rotation. Storm's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. This is near Whiteside County Fairgrounds. And the rotation is moving east-northeast towards Sterling, Illinois. So 3 tornado warnings now. We have 2 in Illinois, and we also have 1 back over in Wisconsin. I said, oh, sorry. I did not mean to say, I meant to say Illinois, not Wisconsin. This is in western Illinois. So again, 2 tornado warnings right now in western Illinois. One near Fenton, Illinois, and the other one's now near East Moline, moving to the east-northeast. This is the rotation on this one. There is still some rotation here. It's pretty weak, and it's also still broad. That's moving to the east-northeast. Joslyn, Osborne, and Hillsdale in western Illinois will be the next in track for that. And then there's still a tornado warning ongoing for those in our new one issued now for Morrison, Sterling, Fenton, and Linden. That's near Interstate 88 and Route 30. And stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. That includes a storm shelter, a basement, a bathroom, and an interior room. All that is included. 2 different tornado warnings now in Illinois. And this is the one in Wisconsin, which is beginning to lose, it looks like, at least some of its capabilities. And then we have our other 2 tornado warnings right here. StormNet probability still giving the highest probability of there being a tornado in the next hour on that Wisconsin storm. But with that being said, we do have probabilities now on the western Illinois storms. It's from Atmosphere Analytics. There is about a 20% chance that this northern storm actually produces a tornado. According to that. Again, it's an experimental tool, but it's been pretty accurate. Rotating wall cloud in Davenport, according to a storm chaser. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. There's definitely some sort of, there's probably at least some sort of lowering here. You can kind of see it by radar too. A little bit weaker in this latest scan, but there is definitely some rotation there near the surface. This would be the area that we're looking at. So that's near East Moline, just south of Hampton. There's definitely some rotation there. It's not strong. Again, it's nothing like what we saw back you know, last week, but definitely something.
This is it's part of the storm that is.
This is the
right
live view, by the way, of that
don't see
tornado warning
anything.
cell. It should focus in a second.
It's probably uncondensed if it is.
I'll go back to when it's focused. Oh, there we go. So that's the tornado warning cell right now in Wisconsin. New severe thunderstorm warning for Waukesha, and as well as back through the... I'm not even going to know how to pronounce that. Big Bend, I'll give you that idea. So anywhere in those two areas, you are under a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Quarter-sized hail. This also includes North Prairie in southeast Wisconsin. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning here. Ongo and Muskego. I'm not going to know how to pronounce those guys, but those are the two new areas included in this new severe thunderstorm warning.
Interesting still.
That's the live view of this Supercell. It has definitely lost a lot of its grip, though, when it comes to rotation. Velocity is much weaker on radar, nothing really too tight and confined like before, but again, this storm has recycled probably about half a dozen times at this point, so it's entirely possible that it happens again. Thank you, BCC, by the way, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then we'll hit the road again.
And if you're just tuning in, by the way, there are still 2 tornado warnings. These are newly issued. These are the most recent tornado warnings. These are back down in western Wisconsin for Morrison, Sterling, north of Prophetstown. Prophetstown is not in that tornado warning, by the way. East Moline is also included in the other tornado warning east of Davenport. This one includes areas like Hillsdale, Kelowna, and Dayton and Carbon Cliff. Rotation usually likes to sit right in there. We got a little hook and then an inflow going to the storm. By the way, this is the view of the storm. Sounds like Connor might be abandoning the storm here pretty soon.
Cold, turbulent, and outflow dominant.
But that's the, again, this is the Wisconsin storm that we're looking at on screen. That is still tornado warning, by the way.
I'm gonna drop south onto some of those other tornadoes.
You might reposition to one of these storms that's developing further down to the south and west, because we got multiple of them right now that are ongoing.
Yeah, those other storms are going to be moving into a good environment, so I'm going to figure out how to get...
All right, so these are, again, the other 2 tornado warnings in western Wisconsin. Keeping a close eye on those. We'll still be watching the one that's back up in, sorry, Illinois. I keep saying Wisconsin for some reason. Southern Wisconsin, that storm we'll be still keeping an eye on. Western Illinois is what we're talking about with these other 2 tornado warnings right now. And again, these are currently moving to the east-northeast, so stay in your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible if you're in either of the 2 pink polygons. And a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for LeClaire, Princeton, back through East Moline, Hillsdale, Cleveland, and Kelowna. This is for the potential of ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This storm is, again, moving east-northeast. It is possible that they do... I would kind of be surprised, but, I mean, they might end up canceling this tornado warning because they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, but we'll see. For the time being, this is still ongoing. There is definitely still rotation, so I'd be a little bit surprised if they did. But that rotation right there near Hampton is the pocket of rotation that has the chance to produce a tornado at any time. And that is actively moving to the east-northeast. Hillsdale, Illinois, you need to be in your safe place. And this will be going along Interstate 88 between mile markers 1 and 15. And then our other area of rotation right now is near Morrison. This one doesn't seem to be nearly as impressive at this point. Pretty weak rotation overall, but that's near Morrison and Round Grove. That'll be moving towards Sterling, Illinois. I really think the next storm that we'll need to watch for as well will be this one near Dixon. We have a little hook trying to develop here, but also some hail that's trying to fall. So that'll be something to watch for as well. And all up in here, that's a large cluster of storms that's developing here across areas from Rockford back into southeast Wisconsin. And those storms definitely need to be watched, at least for some large hail. But the rotation on the Wisconsin storm definitely weakening overall. We'll still be keeping a close eye on it in case it redevelops. But by the signs of it, it does sound like Connor is going to be repositioning to the storms that are back down in Illinois, which are definitely interesting as well. This is actually kind of cool, by the way. This is Connor Crops view on the storms back over in Wisconsin. You can see the clouds that go out for a long distance that are dark, and then there's some light. Those are the overshooting cloud tops with that supercell that have kind of spread out in the atmosphere. So kind of just a little cool thing that you can see there with that particular storm. I think the main concern for the Chicago suburbs and as well central Illinois will be damaging winds and large hail. Again, I'll be surprised if we had that many more tornadoes that far to the east, at least tonight. I think the tornado threat will still exist. I just think it'll overall be lower. We have a lot more cells right now that are like discrete or semi-discrete. I think they're going to become much more clustered together once we get closer to 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. With that being said, there will at least be some level of severe weather all the way through Chicago and as well as back through central Illinois. But I think a lot of those storms will be primarily hail and wind producers. And these are not moving fast, by the way. These are going at like 35 miles per hour, which is pretty close to what we had the other day with that severe weather outbreak in the Midwest. But it's still far from that sort of risk. Go back to the velocities. We have a new radar update here. Weak rotation at this point near Interstate 80. That storm has been losing its rotation quite a bit over the last few minutes. And then the one near Morrison's still pretty weak. We're not really seeing anything too definitive there either. But if you're in Sterling, stay in your safe place. There will be the potential for up to golf ball size hail, perhaps even as large as 2-inch hail, as that storm continues to move to the east-northeast towards Sterling and Dixon. And then again, we still have a tornado warning for those back down in southeast Wisconsin. This one is probably going to be let to expire. It's kind of interesting, though. We actually have a little bit of varying winds here in the center of these storms. Back north of Elkhorn and also near Troy. Probably not much in the way of a tornado risk with those, but there's at least a little bit of some wind direction changes in there. But this storm right now east of Davenport has weakened extraordinarily fast. It's definitely weakening very quickly right now. Again, it is still producing, it has a tornado warning, but the rotation's definitely been weakening over the last few minutes. I think really the next concern, as I mentioned before, will be the storm near Dixon. This one long-term will be heading toward areas like Rochelle and Rockford. So those areas, be mindful of this storm. This one's going to be on track, perhaps for Marengo as well. Algonquin, be mindful, maybe in about an hour and a half or so. That'll also be something to watch for. And then again, Rockford in particular, we'll be watching that area as well as this storm continues to track to the east-northeast. Here's a regional view of all these storms right now. Hook near Dixon. Yeah, there's a little hook there. Let's zoom back into this. I didn't check the velocities. Yeah, not really a whole lot of rotation right now. It looks like we have a little bit of development there of something, but nothing too definitive right now. Very weak rotation, if anything. But it is definitely developing a hook, which is a sign that it is attempting to rotate, which will be something to watch for as it continues to move east. Thank you, by the way, Jaws, for another 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate your support, Jaws. Thank you very much. If you got a membership, make sure to thank Jaws in the chat. Really do appreciate you, Jaws. Thank you for your generosity. I'm going to check Twitter and see if we have any other reports on these storms. We had a report a little while ago that there was a wall cloud just east of Davenport. Getting a photo as well, very hard to see, but there's a rotating wall cloud in the Andover area of Illinois. I have a photo of it on Twitter. That's in Henry County. Not sure how accurate that is. Andover's way down here, though, so that wouldn't make much sense. It's like a crooked photo. It looks like some sort of storm, at least. I don't know about a wall cloud, but it's definitely not Andover. Thank you, by the way, US, for the 1 gifted member. Appreciate your support as well. I don't think just disregard the wall cloud report on Andover, because that does not seem to be correct. All right, let's go back to the velocities here, see if there's any other updates on these storms. So this is the latest radar scan. Really, rotations died out on this storm near the Osborne area west of Hillsdale in western Illinois. It'll continue to move to the east-northeast over the next few minutes, but it's definitely weakening. And then back over near Sterling, there is some hail falling with this still, perhaps up to golf ball-sized hail. But as this continues to track east, I'm still not seeing much of any progress in terms of rotation. And the storm net probabilities right now in terms of a tornado risk have the pretty overall low threat of a tornado developing with these particular storms, giving really this storm near Morrison and Sterling the highest probability, around about a 20% chance of dropping something in the next hour. And then in southeast Wisconsin, it's closer to still 25%. And it's interesting because those storms, or this storm in particular up in southeast Wisconsin, has been going for hours now. I mean, we're talking about 3 hours now that this storm has been going for. It has progressively produced various Gustnadoes and even a couple of perhaps tornadoes from earlier. So it's been a pretty interesting storm that has been ongoing. And this started all back over in northwest Illinois. We went live when it was crossing into Wisconsin from northern Illinois, and it's still producing at least some sort of modest tornado threat, with more of a damaging wind and hail threat at this point.
Look at that, chat.
Look at that, by the way. This is live.
Whale's mouth.
Wow.
Outflow, turbulent outflow under the base of the storm. This means a low tornado threat.
That is impressive.
Man,
that's I believe he's still in Wisconsin. Yeah, he's near the Delavon area.
Wow.
Those are some gorgeous clouds. Probably one of the best parts about these storms is seeing clouds like this that have no violence whatsoever. And again, that's not associated with the tornado warning that I did put on the right thing, but it's technically still close to that tornado warning. But all right, let's go back to the live radar here. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Dixon, Illinois, going toward Rochelle. This has a tornado possible label, meaning that there is some broad rotation. This is going to be moving to the east-northeast. Hillcrest will be in the track of this eventually. Oregon, Dixon's over the storm right now. Tornado warning still ongoing for Sterling. And there's also a tornado warning just southeast of LeClaire that is ongoing near Interstate 88. And if you're in either of these tornado warnings, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. The tornado warning over in Wisconsin will be ending here in a minute. 3 minutes to be exact. Thank you, by the way, Jeff, for the $9.99. I appreciate that a lot. What settings do you use to smooth out the pixels? You can do that down here at the bottom right. You just click on this little paint bucket icon, and you can smooth it like this. Smooth it out as much as you want. This is like the most smooth it can get. I keep it at like the lowest setting. I like it being smooth instead of rough. I think it gives a better presentation view of what these storms actually look like. Pixels can be a little bit funky. Thank you again for your generous $9.99. Thank you, Sandy, as well, for the $4.99. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. I really appreciate you being 19 months. Thank you. Glad I can help. By the way, if you have any photos or videos, feel free to send those into our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. The link to those social media pages are in the description below. Rotation on the storm near Hillsdale has been weakening quite a bit. This storm in general has actually shrunk in size. This is near Hillsdale, Illinois, near Interstate 88. We still do have a hook on this. It is a much smaller cell than before. The severe thunderstorm warning has just been condensed to go along with that, with the potential for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We had hail as large as quarters in Davenport, at least confirmed thus far. And then the storm near Dixon is exploding right now with a hail core that is growing in size rapidly. This is near Grand Tour. Large hail core developing right now that's moving off toward that area, as well as Lost Nation and Carthage. So if you are included right now in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows, because that could definitely cause some wind-driven hail that could go into some windows. And then we also have a tornado warning behind that. This storm may struggle to stay alive. I'm not really seeing much rotation with this anymore, but this storm may just struggle in general due to the fact that this storm out in front of it is beginning to use up some of its instability. It means that the storm fuel is kind of fizzling a little bit with that storm back to the west here, which might be what happened, by the way, with this supercell down here. It's definitely shrunk in size over the last 20 minutes or so, and a lot of that probably has to do with that we've had multiple storms already going through this part of western Illinois. Storms down in southeast Iowa have weakened pretty quickly, but a lot of them are producing some small hail, gusty winds. Still one that is severe thunderstorm warned. We are down to 2 tornado warnings. The one back up in Wisconsin has expired. But this is really becoming the main concern now. Will be now in western and northwest Illinois, and these storms will continue to track toward the Chicago suburbs later this evening, but that threat probably will not materialize for at least another 2 to 3 hours. Still a ways from now. Next radar scan should be coming in here in a second. Let me get the chat here for a second. Thank you, Jason, for the $4.99. I appreciate your generosity as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest on severe weather coverage as these storms continue to develop and evolve. These storms will be weaker than they are now once they get to the Chicago suburbs. That being said, there is still going to be a chance for some severe weather, at least some sort of low-end threat for severe weather, which, by the way, everybody right now is included in a marginal threat of severe weather, where we don't have a slight risk anywhere. So just kind of keep that in mind. They have not upgraded any of the risks. Again, it's a pretty isolated threat overall, even though we have 2 tornado warnings, even though we have multiple different areas with severe weather. I would say this kind of verifies for a marginal, maybe a low-end slight in these areas, mainly due to the fact we still have pretty widely scattered severe weather, and it's really been a couple of storms that have caused the most havoc. This one actually in particular has caused a lot of havoc for those in Davenport, started back down in western Illinois, and then this storm over here has been going for hours now. This one's been a long track supercell, but problem is with this environment today, I mentioned it a few times, but we don't really have a whole lot of shear. It's a very low shear environment today, basically meaning that the rotation in these supercells are going to struggle, especially near the surface, to produce tornadoes. But with that being said, we've had a few gustnadoes or perhaps small tornadoes, weak tornadoes earlier. But yeah, it's basically what it's been so far. Thank you, Sally, for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you for your coverage. I'm glad I can help you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your generosity. How's it going, Ashley? Tornado warning has been condensed for the western Illinois storm. That includes Hillsdale. No longer includes anywhere like Carbon Cliff or Kelowna. If you are in those areas, there's no need to be in your safe place anymore. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we got some sort of like gustnado with this as well. Again, something very weak, something very brief, but there is still a hook on this storm. We do have an inflow, but it's definitely a weakening supercell. We no longer even have any pinks on the reflectivity here, which doesn't really mean anything other than there not being really as much of heavy rain or hail. It doesn't have a direct correlation to a tornado here, but at least gives you the idea that there is a weakening trend with this particular supercell. And then the other one that's back out here to the east near Sterling, it's still marching to the east. I would honestly say that the storm that's more concerning out of these two will be the one that's near Dixon. That one's producing the potential for up to probably at least now ping pong ball sized hail, but it could be closer to 2-inch hail there near the Route 2 area, just north of Interstate 88. But if you're in Sterling, stay in your safe place. Golf ball sized hail is still possible over the next few minutes. Getting some hail reports as well in the Sterling area. Unknown what size, but there is hail beginning to fall there. Yeah, the only location included in this tornado warning back here to the west is Hillsdale. This warning goes until 5 o'clock Central Time, so 10 more minutes, and then the other one here near Sterling goes for another 25 minutes, at least for now, unless that ends up being canceled. But for now, it's not. Still ongoing. That includes Como, Coletta, and Sterling, Illinois. By the way, this is Connor at the bottom right. He is driving through a ton of rain right now. That's in southeast parts of Wisconsin. That's the storm that is on the backside of where that tornado warning was. You can see this huge cluster. I believe he's on Interstate 43. This is literally what he'll be driving through, probably all the way down through Beloit. Clears up a little bit in Illinois, but not much. And this is what it looks like on radar right now. These are severe thunderstorm warned. They are not really rotating anymore. So Connor made a pretty good decision there because these storms really not really rotating anymore. Mostly just severe weather, damaging winds, and some corner-sized hail possible. All the way through Milwaukee, I would say. I do think, again, I mentioned this earlier, but these storms will continue to weaken as they get closer to Milwaukee. I do expect that to continue here. Recycling is entirely possible, but I do think the tornado risk is definitely dropping quite a bit on that particular storm. If you guys are wondering what we're using right now on this live stream, we are using Radar Omega. I will post the links to that in chat. They're also in the description of this live stream at the very bottom. Those are the links. We're not sponsored on this live stream, but if you're wondering, they're on iOS and Android. Fun fact, we've been up to almost 6,500 people watching the stream, and we literally don't have any chat moderators, so I appreciate everybody being cool this live stream. That was definitely stressful, watching multiple things at once. How's it going, Michelle? And again, if you're just tuning in, 2 tornado warnings still ongoing in western Illinois. The one that's east of LeClaire is really weakening overall, and the one near Sterling, again, pretty much on a weakening trend. Really, the next thing that I'm really going to be watching for the closest is going to be the storm near Dixon, and see how that interacts with the environment as it moves east-northeast toward Rochelle, and eventually perhaps near Algonquin in the long term. But for the short term, it's primarily going toward Rochelle and south of Rockford. And this is continuing to move to the east-northeast. We also have a lone shark severe thunderstorm warning near the Metapolis area. That's near interstate, or that's near Route 61. That's moving east. This year, there's been no watches, just warnings. Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of severe weather events that have been active, like this one, for example, that have not had severe thunderstorm watches or tornado watches. And I don't know about this one. I think at least a severe thunderstorm watch would have probably been appropriate, at least for this sort of environment. But even with that being said, I honestly didn't expect this many tornado warnings or, you know, large hailstorms like we've had so far. We've actually had a pretty interesting day thus far with these storms. It's been an active last 3 hours or so, and yeah, I don't think really many people were expecting this many tornado warnings, at least all the way through 4:45 or whatever time it is right now. And definitely more active than most people expected. By the way, just a friendly reminder, I might be going live on Thursday for the severe weather event. That'll be between Texas and I believe all the way through Mississippi. I could be wrong, but the severe weather threat is Thursday and Friday. I'm at least planning to go live on Thursday. I don't know about Friday yet, but make sure you have your notifications on for the channel, and we'll keep you posted with that because I am more than likely going to be going live for that. That is a Texas weather event, which means that is my home region of coverage. North Texas is where we originated from. Indiana, if you see any severe weather, it will not be until probably near midnight, if not after that. But even then, I think the threat of severe weather in Indiana is pretty low. It's definitely a very low risk. I would say it's lower than anywhere here in Illinois at this point. But even then, the risk would be primarily confined to northwest Indiana, and that threat should overall stay pretty low. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's check out the velocities again. And this is some very weak rotation. We are talking wind speeds that are about 6 miles per hour versus maybe 13 miles per hour. So very weak rotation. This tornado warning will almost certainly be let to expire, even though we have a hook. The Supercell itself is definitely weakening out in terms of its core structure. And then back over near Sterling, We do have still a little bit of rotation, but it's really not much. It's definitely a weakening storm as well. Still stay in your safe place if you're in Sterling, Illinois. That's an interior room of your home or building, away from windows, basement or storm shelter. Bathroom is an interior room, a closet, that sort of thing. Stay in those places at least until this warning has been lifted. If you are back over near Round Grove, Sands, or Agnew, you do not have to be in your safe place anymore. These 3 small little locations here, you are now out of the way of that rotation that's back near Sterling. Severe thunderstorm warning has been condensed a little bit for Oregon. This one's actually still only warned for quarter-sized hail. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a couple hailstones in there that are closer to ping pong ball-sized hail, maybe a bit larger, but this will continue to move to the east toward Rochelle and Interstate 39. I believe Connor will probably target this storm unless something else develops, because that's really the next one I think that's concerning. This one has a pretty interesting environment out in front of it. It's pretty clear overall. We don't have any other storms out here. So for the most part, anything out in front of here is just going to be energy for this particular supercell to use as it moves towards areas like Algonquin and as well as Marengo and the Woodstock areas, perhaps on the south side there of Rockford in northern Illinois. So that's really the next storm that we need to watch for pretty closely. By the way, tornado warning was just canceled for that storm near Hillside, and I would expect this storm to stay tornado warned for a few more minutes, and then it'll probably be lifted. That one's going toward Dixon. So Dixon, you're not done with severe weather. You have another storm right behind you. North side of Dixon has a better shot there of maybe some large hail. Thank you as well, Linda, for gifting 5 members to the channel. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. If you got any members from, or if you got gifted a member from Linda, make sure to thank her in the chat. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Linda. Thanks, Liam. Appreciate it. It's been a crazy live stream thus far. And again, if you're just tuning in, you haven't already seen. We've seen. If you go to the very start of this live stream, like literally 0 seconds, we literally had at least a Gustnado, or a Gustnado, excuse me, not a Gustnado, a Gustnado or a brief tornado, and it was crazy. It was a live shot. It was just really crazy stuff. We've already had a few of them, so it's definitely possible that we have more of that after this. All right, tornado warnings have all at this point been canceled or expired. That one there was just canceled. That storm has been weakening over the last few minutes. And this is really the next storm to watch for. We are beginning to get a little bit of rotation now just east of Grand Tor, or the Tor area. That's going to be moving toward Rochelle, Hillcrest, Davis Junction, and perhaps even Rockford. This really will be the next storm to watch. In my opinion, this has the best chance to produce some sort of tornado risk. Down the road as it moves to the east, StormNet does not really show many tornado probabilities between now and about 6 o'clock tonight. The main area would be southeast Wisconsin, but this one could definitely produce something down the road, so we'll be keeping a very close eye on it. I'm real quickly going to take a bathroom break because we've been live for almost 2 hours and I've yet to do so. I will be back in about 60 seconds. Make sure to stay tuned. While I take a quick break, I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live stream. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. All right. Had to make sure that water was good. It was open already. All right. How's it going, Hank? Thank you for the 199. Can you check Atkinson? Talking about Atkinson, Illinois. Atkinson, if you see any storms, it'll be between now and about 7 or 8. But the potential right now for severe weather, it's kind of up in the air there because you are in between a lot of different rounds of storms. Really, our main 2 rounds of storms have been down here and then back up in here. So it's possible between now and about 8 o'clock or so, but main concern would be large hail for any storms that end up firing off there. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. Welcome to the velocities. Make sure to give some hearts in the chat for Justin. That is the highest velocity tier that you can get here on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate it. Welcome to the velocities. All employees must wash hands before returning to work. Thank you. This is true. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll be answering a lot of questions since we do have a little lull in the tornado risk. Quick update for those in southeast Wisconsin. Storms are marching toward Milwaukee right now. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail possible. That one, and as well as the Delavon area, included in those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we also have a couple of we have one warning right now in central Illinois. This one's producing the potential for quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label, which means that there is at least some broad rotation, and that's going to be moving toward Rochelle over the next several minutes. But other than that, no other severe thunderstorm warnings other than back down in Arkansas. But these overall really not going to cover too much. These are mostly just sporadic damaging wind events. It's a pretty minimal event overall right now that's happening down there. Even this, I mean, this is still pretty minimal, but it's obviously covering a lot more people, and we have a bit more of a tornado risk up here comparatively to down there. Madison's all right tonight, by the way. If you're in Madison, Wisconsin, you're fine. I don't really expect much there. So for those in the Chicago suburbs or Northeast Illinois, the main concern will not happen until probably closer to 7 or 8 tonight. That's really, I would say, the estimated timing for you, at least up until then. I mean, next 2 hours, you should be okay, unless you're, like, really far west, like Rochelle, for example. But, like, if you're in, like, Algonquin, Evanston, Chicago, Aurora, Joliet, any of those areas near the Chicago suburbs there, I'll basically say anywhere in this area. You won't really see any storms until at least 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. And the majority of the storms will likely be clustered together. And I'll show you a future radar to give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. This is the latest HRR model run. But this is right around 7 o'clock or so. The timestamp is way up here at the top, so you can see it up there. Let me do a better arrow here. There you go. That's where the timestamp is. It's all the way at the top. But this is what it looks like around 7 o'clock tonight, or at least that's what the HRR model is showing. It doesn't show the Supercell, so keep that in mind. That could be up over into here by this point, so just kind of keep that in mind. But closer to about 8 to 9 o'clock is when I do think storms will start to fire off near the Chicago area. I think for the most part, these storms will not really be that severe. If we do have any severe weather, it'll be primarily large hail and damaging winds. There will still be an isolated tornado risk. I think the greatest tornado risk will be in here if we end up getting a tornado, but even then, any tornado threat tonight is going to be low. It's going to be a weak and brief sort of situation. We're not talking about long tracked or strong tornadoes in this sort of environment. The shear is just so weak today. It's a very low shear environment. And with that being said, we've already had a couple of tornadoes earlier in this live stream, but they were very brief. They lasted less than a minute in most cases. So just kind of keep that in mind. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Hillcrest on the north side there of Rochelle. This is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado possible label on this. And notice that there is rotation right now located right in here. That is near Oregon. So we'll have to watch that closely as it moves to the east. And it's actually developing a bit more right now. We might get a tornado warning on this at some point down the road. But there is definitely a little bit of rotation attempting to develop at the bare minimum there. And Connor Croft, Storm Chaser at the bottom right of your screen, he is just exiting Wisconsin. So he should be able to get to this storm at some point If not, he might track one of the ones behind it. But this would be the area of rotation that we're watching for. There is rotation developing now, and we are looking at the eastern radar site. So for those that are weather geeks, we're not really talking about any sort of contamination here with the hail. We are actually looking from the east going in west, so we have a better view of the rotation, actually, which is interesting. But right now, that rotation is heading toward Monroe Center, Davis Junction, Interstate 39 near Hillcrest. There is some rotation developing on this. Milwaukee will be getting hit within the next hour. Should be getting hit within the next 30 minutes, actually. These storms are getting pretty close. It's going to be a train of storms, though. This actually could cause an isolated flash flooding threat with all the rain that's going to be falling there. That would happen there along Interstate 43. Ton of storms, though, right now in that area. But these have become a lot more elevated, so that's kind of limited that tornado risk quite a bit. I do think the next concern is really this storm here that's currently ongoing. That's just west-northwest of Rochelle. That is the pocket of rotation that we're talking about. That's moving east right now, going toward Interstate 39. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We actually just hit 110,000 subscribers. We literally just hit 100,000 like 2 weeks ago. It's crazy. I appreciate everybody's support. Thank you for subscribing. If you're new as well, make sure to click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest live streams and the latest videos that we upload to the channel. I was going to do a video today for the severe weather threat in Texas all the way back through Mississippi. We are not going to be doing that because we've been doing severe weather coverage, so that will be tomorrow. We'll have a video update on that. And for those that are wondering what in the world am I talking about, there is a day 4 and day 5 slight risk of severe weather. I'll quickly just mention what we're talking about here. This is the slight risk of severe weather for Thursday, which is tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. This includes central Texas into western Mississippi. The main concern is going to be all modes of severe weather, but the main concern probably going to be large hail. Friday will also be all modes of severe weather. This is going to go anywhere from East Texas back into Florida and Alabama. Main concern likely will be damaging winds with that setup, with some large hail and a few tornadoes being possible. Again, I'll have a full breakdown on that severe weather event in a video forecast coming to a store near you tomorrow. It's at least the plan. It'll probably be tomorrow. How's it going, Shelly? We've had no chat moderators for the last 2 hours. We were at one point at like 6,500 viewers. I usually have a chat mod, but it wasn't a big deal. No issues. Tornado risk on Thursday, it's not low. It'll probably be low to medium. It's at least my guess. But things could definitely change as we get closer. But the storm coverage is going to be pretty high on Thursday, so I think a lot of it will be damaging winds and hail. Now, I haven't looked since this morning if there's been any changes to the setup. I at least expect some sort of isolated threat of tornadoes. Latest radar scan showing some stronger rotation developing. That's near Rochelle. A tornado warning is entirely possible here. This is near Hillcrest in central northern Illinois. And we're looking at 3 different radar sites. Don't really see much in the other 2, but the one that's facing east to west, which I really trust the most, is showing some more, at least some sort of tightening there of rotation near Hillcrest in central northern parts of Illinois. That is just south of Rockford. So if you're in this area, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. I honestly think for the severe weather setup on Thursday, that might be more of a hailstorm sort of threat. I think Friday will be more of an organized severe weather setup. But again, we'll have a more detailed breakdown on that tomorrow once we have more details. Yeah, if you're near Hillcrest, be mindful. Again, there is rotation increasing here. This would be rotation. That is, again, moving toward Esmond. Kirkland in northern Illinois will be in the track of this here pretty soon as well. Anyway, by the way, Hannah, for the $3 Venmo. Thanks for more weather coverage. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Wild cloud was just reported near Rochelle, so this is a storm that if you are in this area, stay in your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible. There will probably be a tornado warning here in a few minutes if that rotation does continue. The world's going on with the velocities over here. It's bugged out. Yeah, I'll track it out. Let's see. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. It's going a bit more east-northeast. It's going pretty much toward Algonquin, I would say. Maybe I'll put it a little bit further up here to the north. Thank you, Shrum, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the velocities. Thank you. We have 23 new members today. I think 20 of those were gifted. I appreciate all the new members. Yeah, I would say really the main location in the track of this is Algonquin, which is in about 80 minutes from now. Marengo is in about an hour from now. McHenry will be closer to approximately 6:30, 6:45. So those are really the main areas in the track of this. And again, this storm has really the highest probability, I would say, of producing a tornado risk. StormNet really not given much of a risk on this one of a tornado in the short term, but I honestly think this one out of all storms that we have would have the highest probability. It's discrete, and there's really not much around it right now. We have the storm behind it near Dixon, but that's interacting with the energy that's already been used up from the supercell over here near Rochelle. And then the Wisconsin storms, they are all, for the most part, elevated at this point. Hey, Rag, for the $5 super chat. Just got in recently. What is rotation and the tornado possibility up in the Racine area of Wisconsin? Not gonna lie, I don't know where that is, but I'm guessing it's very low. Let me check. Oh, that's over here in southeast Wisconsin. Your risk, it's very low. It's pretty close to zero. As long as those storms over there stay elevated, it's going to be a very, very low threat. No velocity scan update yet. This latest radar scan still showing, though, that hook here. And then we got our inflow going into the storm right here. Yeah, if you're near Hillcrest, make sure to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's entirely possible that this does produce some sort of tornado threat here shortly. Velocities have not updated yet. Oh, there you go. Yeah, still some rotation there. That's located over 64, 251 near Davis Junction. That'll be moving toward Interstate 39 over the next few minutes. And for people that are wondering about mile markers, that is between mile markers 101 and 114. You're in north central parts of Illinois. This is just south of Rockford, Illinois, for reference. CJ, that's what the threat looks like today. I don't know what to tell you. That's the marginal threat. You know, that's what it looks like. Thank you, Bryce, for the $1.99. What are the chances in Belvedere? The threat right now is mainly large hail. This storm will probably stay south of you. Right now, nothing really moving toward you. I'd say this one actually has a chance to go toward you. It's going northeast. I think Marengo will be getting hit by this one. I think Algonquin's a bit too far to the south and east for this to hit that area. Belvedere right now in track, at least for the northern side of this supercell, perhaps a little bit of hail, and as well as lightning. Really the main concern I would say right now. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. How's it going, Spark? So the threat for Texas is not until like late tonight into the overnight hours. I would honestly say most of Texas will not see anything tonight. There is a marginal threat of severe weather there, but the main concern would be any storms that pop up after midnight for the most part, and that would be near Texarkana. I don't think DFW will get anything until Tuesday, at least. Though DFW is included in that threat, it's a pretty conditional threat overall. There might be an isolated storm around 9 or 10 o'clock if the cap breaks, but I don't think it will. I think there's a slightly better chance tomorrow night of an isolated thunderstorm there. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a storm that we're watching very closely. There is rotation right now located just northwest of Hillcrest. This one has the chance to produce a potential tornado down the road. Connor Croft, Storm Chaser, bottom right of your screen. He is with us. He is going to be heading toward this storm. Most likely, my guess. One does have the greatest potential at this point to produce some sort of tornado at some point in the next 30 minutes or so. Checking to see if we have any reports as well. Nothing new as of now. By the way, this is the risk of severe weather today. I know a lot of people are asking what the risk level is and where the risk is the greatest. Well, the Storm Prediction Center has given a large area a marginal threat of severe weather. This goes from Milwaukee all the way back through Texas and Louisiana. So that's what we're talking about today. It's a very large marginal threat of severe weather. With that being said, this is a threat that you still want to be mindful of because we've already had a few tornadoes and it's entirely possible that we get a few more, at least Gustnadoes. Again, not a super favorable environment today for tornadic activity. We do have a new tornado warning that was just issued in northeast Missouri and southeast Iowa. If you're included in this warning, stay in your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible. This is near Route 81, Farmington, Mount Sterling in southern parts of Iowa. Make sure you seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this new tornado warning. Rotation itself, by the way, is going to be located back in here, the south of the Cantrell area. That'll be moving toward Mount Sterling and Farmington. This warning goes for about 45 minutes, so stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. And that right there is your rotation. We're going toward Donaldson, eventually going toward Route 27 long term. A lot of these storms down here are clustered together, so it's going to probably struggle a little bit, but there's definitely a chance that a tornado does somehow spawn out of this as we get closer to about 520, 525 as it goes towards Mount Sterling. We are still watching the other storm back up in Illinois. This is still really the main focus, even though it's not tornado warned. Definitely has a chance to produce a tornado down the road near Kirkland or perhaps Marengo. Also producing some quarter-sized tail 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They'll be keeping a close eye on both of these storms. Unfortunately, this storm is in a big radar hole, so it's very hard to see what we're talking about with rotation and how strong it is and all that sort of stuff. But that right there will be your rotation. It's going to be located just to the southwest of Mount Sterling in southern Illinois. Or sorry, southern Iowa. No problem, Guy. I apologize, I just threw my phone. Here's the latest radar scan. It's actually a pretty strong area of rotation. Even though we're looking pretty far up into the clouds, since this is a radar site that's so far away, that is some pretty strong rotation right there from a distance. At least some high winds aloft. So it's entirely possible that some sort of tornado comes out of this near Mount Sterling. And again, if you're Mount Sterling or Farmington in southern Iowa, definitely make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. It's not really going toward many populated areas. Donaldson, south of Mount Pleasant, really going to be the main areas, at least in the track of this. But that is currently the main areas in the track of this. Mainly Donaldson will be the main area. Population about 1,800 in this warning. So it's a low, definitely more of an urban area here across parts of southern Iowa and northeast parts of Missouri. It's 3 different counties. Check Twitter and see if we have any reports on either of these storms. Again, we're still watching a storm in central northern Illinois for the potential for a tornado down the road, going toward Marengo. No reports on this storm in particular for a tornado, but we'll still be keeping a close eye on it. And by the way, if you have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We are going to be retweeting photos on there, and you might even see your photo here on the live stream. We're tweeting some photos on there, though, right now. Fan, I recommend Radar Omega. The download link to that I'll post in chat again, but that's honestly my personal favorite. I think it's the easiest to use, and it's the most user-friendly. That's what we're using right now. Shelf cloud near Dixon, Illinois, according to somebody in chat. Again, can't confirm it, but is it near Dixon, Illinois? That would be the storm that's back over here. I wouldn't be surprised, though. I think that's pretty likely with this storm. It's definitely producing at least some sort of gusty wind threat, which isn't really much of a threat, but that's near Grand Tour now, and it's moving east, northeast. But really, the more concerning storm right now in central Illinois is, or central northern Illinois, I should say, is back up here near Hillcrest. It's going to be moving toward Marengo and the Belvedere area eventually, but there is still some rotation here. Still not really too strong. It was a little bit stronger, I would say, about 5-10 minutes ago. It's a little bit broader now, but it's still something to watch for. That's again near Interstate 39. That'll be moving to the north and east toward Marengo. We'll be watching that one closely. And then the storm's back up in Wisconsin. Not seeing much rotation here. Most of these are elevated, and they're also outflow driven. So those storms are kind of losing their grip in terms of severe weather. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Burlington. This is back over near Gladstone, Middletown, and as well as Danville. This is for half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible label on this, but I am not seeing much rotation on this at this time. That doesn't mean we won't see a tornado. It just means there's really not much there right now. And then the storm that is still tornado warned is in a radar hole here in northeast Missouri. This right here is your pocket of rotation. It's going to be moving into Mount Sterling in about 5 minutes. So if you're Mount Sterling, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And then if you're over in Farmington, you should be getting to your safe place here relatively soon, within the next 5 minutes. This also includes Bonaparte, by the way, in southern Iowa. And northeast Missouri are included in this tornado warning. Still going on. I saw this 2 hours ago. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think I'd be live for 2.5 hours, but here we are. This has been a bit more of an interesting severe weather threat than I expected. I was actually going to make a video on this once I got back from classes today. I just never did. This kind of happened pretty quickly after that. What direction is the tornado warning cell moving? This is moving east-northeast, going toward Farmington. Long term, this will be going toward West Point and Burlington, but long term, these storms have not really all been long term. I mean, we've had multiple storms that have lasted for 45 minutes to an hour. They go about 35 miles or so, and then they just kind of die out. It's entirely possible that's what happens with that storm as well. Storm is still interesting, though, back up in northern parts of Illinois. Next radar scan will come in here in a second. We're going to stay on this storm for a second. We'll go back down to the tornado warning cell in a minute. Madison, Wisconsin will be okay tonight. Not expecting much severe weather there. Here's the latest scan on the reflectivity. Notice we have a hail core near Monroe Center. So at least some quarter-sized hail embedded in that storm just north of Rochelle. Velocities have updated, and the rotation's actually broadening out a little bit here. A couple of different pixels here that are gray in between. That means the rotation is definitely a bit broader. Again, that does not mean that we will not see a tornado. It just means it's a bit weaker now than we had a few minutes ago. Yeah, this is not tornado warning. This is still a severe thunderstorm warning. If the rotation does strengthen again, it's entirely possible that we get a tornado warning down the road. Had a report earlier that there was a wall cloud with this. Again, can't really confirm that. I haven't seen anything confirmed, but at least a report of that. So it's entirely possible with the rotation that we were seeing there. And then the storm back over here near Dixon, producing some gusty winds. This actually could get a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds here in a little bit if it continues its pattern here. There is a shelf cloud associated with that storm. All right, let's go back down to the tornado warning. And this tornado warning includes areas like Mount Sterling, Farmington, Bonaparte as well. Severe thunderstorm warning on this was just condensed. Area of rotation is about to be moving into Mount Sterling. So if you're in Mount Sterling in southern Iowa, stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That can include a basement, an interior bathroom, interior closet, or a storm shelter. Happy birthday, Glim. Chance of thunderstorms in Chicago. Well, I mean, the chance of rain in general is like, I think 85% at least, 90% tonight. Chance of thunderstorms would be a little bit different though. It's probably still up there. It's probably around 60%, 70%. Percent chance of severe weather is essentially the marginal threat of severe weather, meaning a 5% chance within a 25-mile radius. Severe weather outlook for Tuesday. That's primarily East Texas into Louisiana. Main concern, isolated hail and damaging winds. I will not be live tomorrow. Almost 99% guarantee that. I don't think that threat is even that concerning to begin with, but yeah, I don't think that'll be something to go live for. That is tomorrow. That's tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. It's from southern Missouri back into Louisiana, western Mississippi, and East Texas. Yeah, really overall, that threat, mainly large hail and damaging winds. Pretty sporadic event, isolated event, nothing too concerning. By the way, tornado risk, according to StormNet, is actually now increasing for that storm that's over there in northern Illinois, just south of Rockford. So we're going to watch that one closely. Again, the storm that we're on right now that's tornado warned is currently located near Mount Sterling, just west of Farmington. The rotation is circled in the yellow. Threat big enough to stream on Friday? There's no such thing as a threat that's small or big enough to stream. I mean, this is a marginal threat of severe weather, and we're live. We've gone live for marginal threats a ton. Just depends on what the environment is and, you know, what the threat is. And this environment I thought was just good enough. I mean, we had a couple of tornadoes in this live stream already, so. I don't have like a criteria that I go live based on. I've had people ask me that before. I don't have any sort of criteria. Thank you, RTP, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the velocities. We're tweeting some photos on Twitter, by the way, of some of the storms that have been passing through areas in various places like Illinois. Again, our Twitter page is at MaxVelocityWX. Looks like that rotation's weakening a bit here near the Mount Sterling area, and still stay in your safe place. This storm's moving off to the east-northeast toward Farmington. We will be going back to that storm near Rochelle in a minute, by the way. In northern Illinois. Rotation still on the broader side of things near Davis Junction and east of White Rock. It's getting a little bit weaker, Matt. That storm up there near Dixon is a little bit weaker. Well, the one near Dixon in particular, that one might be... Let me look. The one near Rochelle is weakening with rotation a little bit. I'd say the one near Dixon's actually coming together just a little bit with rotation. Like a little pocket of rotation with that one. It's not much, though. It's still pretty weak. Here's the live radar. It's actually a pretty rain-wrapped area of rotation. This is all rain right around it. Definitely rain-wrapped at this point. It's again near Mount Sterling. This is going to be moving to the east toward Farmington as well. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows on the lowest floor possible until the warning is lifted. Again, it's not lifted by any means. We still got this going for 30 more minutes unless it does end up being canceled. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Burlington. This is right along the river valley here. Main concern with this one is half-dollar size tail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label on that as well. This is the rotation on the other two storms in Illinois. We have two different pockets of rotation. One which is pretty weak right now near Interstate 3990, which is 39 right here. So that is moving off to the north and east. Marengo and Belvedere will need to be mindful of that pocket of rotation if it does end up developing. And then we also have a little bit of rotation here near Oregon. That'll be moving also to the east-northeast, maybe northeast more than anything. That'll also be going toward Interstate 39 over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in northern Illinois, be mindful of those two storms. Those are really the main concerns right now for anywhere in Illinois. There will be more development later. I do fully expect more storms to develop up here over the next couple of hours. That'll mostly be damaging wind and hail since it's more of an outflow-driven severe weather threat. That'll be moving down to the south and east, so that'll allow for some more storm activity there. And then we'll also be watching for any other development that ends up sparking in central and northern Illinois over the next couple of hours. Again, this is your active tornado warning right now. It's in southern Iowa and northeast Missouri. Again, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Tornado risk right now in that Rockford storm is probably about a 15 to 20% chance of dropping a tornado over the next hour or so. Indiana, I think, will be okay. Same thing with Michigan. But Indiana, I think the main concern would be any of those storms moving into northwest Indiana. Those might produce an isolated severe weather threat. But I think the threat is going to stay low. Looks like the rotation's weakening, by the way, near Mount Sterling. Still there a little bit, but a little bit weaker. We have some storm mergers here happening near Mount Sterling. Still a tornado warning for 28 more minutes unless it's canceled. And if you are in Bonaparte, Farmington, or Mount Sterling, stay in your safe place, so away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It is producing some ping pong ball sized hail as well. And these are the storms back up in northern Illinois. We have a new radar scan. Yep, still some rotation. Just a little bit west of Kirkland. That'll be moving toward Belvedere and Marengo over the next 30 minutes or so. And this storm is moving north and east at about 35 miles per hour. Rotation is going to be associated right there in that yellow circle. That's, again, near Interstate 39. That's moving to the north and east. So, again, if you're in this tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, be mindful of that threat that there could be a tornado down the road, but more than anything, large hail and damaging winds is possible. The storm back over north and east now of Dixon, the one that's behind it. Not really much rotation at this point. Still pretty weak if there is any, but there is a little bit of some small hail, gusty winds, and lightning with that storm, and that will continue to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. I've ever been to Joplin? I've never been to Joplin in my life, no. I remember watching the Joplin tornado coverage on the Weather Channel when I was younger. That day that happened, that was just crazy. Love how there's like no stream delay. There isn't much. Yeah, stream delay is under 5 seconds. By the way, any TV station is usually around that. Reporting that there's hail in New Berlin, Wisconsin. Thank you for the report. Look at Connor's stream. Oh, wow, look at that. Holy.
Yeah, look at this.
I haven't looked at Connor in a while.
It has a mezzo on it. It could produce, actually, as it comes out.
That is incredible. That's a storm right now over here in Wisconsin. What a view.
Watching it pretty closely.
Wow.
We should be able to start to see it come into range, the base here. What an incredible supercell this is right now.
This is the one. This is not the tornado warning cell in northern Missouri, by the way. This is, again, he is currently in Kirkland, Illinois. Oh, he's actually already here. Wow. He got there fast.
Can't zoom out anymore. I wish I could.
Wow.
Dude, this lightning is insane up there.
Like some cloud-to-cloud lightning at the top of your screen. At least a little bit. It's not frequent, but there's a little bit there.
watching radar like a hawk in case I need to get on this thing. If it really
that is a pretty impressive view, though. Sun is setting, so the view of these storms will diminish as we go later into the
I mean, I'm surprised by the
hour.
nice mezzo it does have.
Bottom right of your screen is the live radar feed on this storm right now. Velocities are about to update.
Mezzo.
There's the velocities. Still overall weak rotation right now near 72. That's moving north and east. I'm going to check on some of the other storms as well. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, there is an active tornado warning for those in Bonaparte, Farmington, and Mount Sterling in southeast Iowa and northeast Missouri. It's a very small area, population of about 1,700 or so. Urban area included in this. Again, if you're in that warning, stay in your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible. That warning goes for 25 more minutes until about 6 o'clock Central Time. Large hailstorm is developing near Burlington, and that is going to be crossing into western Illinois in a minute, but that is in eastern Iowa. That storm has half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and also a tornado threat being possible. And the storm that is in southeast Wisconsin, or the cluster of storms, is no longer severe. Those are strong storms with damaging winds, not really a threat anymore. It's gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour and some small hail. And the storm that we're looking at right now on Connor Croft's stream at the on the middle of your screen, that is currently the storm that is near Kirkland, Illinois, south of Belvidere, and it's also just southeast of Rockford. Very impressive looking supercell here. In terms of its structure on radar, it has been weakening a little bit, so it's not nearly as strong as before.
Look at this thing. This is actually wild. That might be the base back there, just appearing over the trees.
You're just tuning in. This is a storm right now in northern parts of Illinois, southeast of Rockford. What is a supercell? Simple definition, it's a rotating storm. Rotating thunderstorm. It's a simplistic definition.
Keep an eye on it, chat.
Now, a rotating supercell, or a rotating storm, I should say, doesn't mean that it's producing a tornado. It just means there's rotation aloft, which can mean a lot of different things. Like, a lot. It could mean, you know, hail. It could mean there's some sort of maybe wall cloud developing, funnel cloud, maybe some cloud rotation, etc., etc. There's a long list of things. It doesn't mean a tornado, though, necessarily. Yeah, the left side of your screen, I mean, it's a very impressive base. You can pretty much I can't really outline it since I can't draw in here, but basically picture there in the middle there. That's the entire base of the storm. Losing a little bit of the signal there. All right, we're gonna go back to here again. This is the live radar. Excuse me, with this storm. Again, south of Belvidere is where he is right now. This is near Kirkland. Not seeing nearly as much rotation with this at this point, but it is still a pretty cool looking storm to see, at least in person there with its structure. Right now, not an imminent tornado threat, but it is still going to be something to watch for as it moves to the north and east toward Marengo. No new warning on this, so it's possible that we don't get a new warning on that for any severe weather aspect. Lightning is beginning to diminish a little bit. The hail core is shrinking, and as well as the rotation is beginning to weaken. The storm behind it, back near Rochelle, has actually been going for quite a while now. It hasn't really had many issues thus far. I thought it weakened much more, hasn't. Just a quick update for those in southern Iowa and northeast Missouri. We do have a tornado warning still ongoing here for Bonaparte and Farmington, and as well as Mount Sterling. This goes for 20 more minutes. If there is a tornado, it would be located right in here. There's also a little bit of, at least some wind, maybe some hail there near Bonaparte. But that's moving off to the north and east. Or east, sorry, east-northeast. And that'll be going toward West Point and Donaldson. And then this storm near Burlington is actually very impressive. producing golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible label, but more than anything, this has turned into a pretty large hailstorm here in eastern Iowa, and that will be crossing into western Illinois here pretty soon. So near Gladstone, back near Biggsville, those areas need to be alert on this storm, as golf ball sized hail will be a possibility as that moves off to the east. But definitely a very impressive storm there. And my hunger is beginning to build. I can feel it. I'm getting hungry. All right, let me go back to, we'll go back to Connor here for a second.
Working together.
Actually, let me go back to radar real quick. Interesting development. We actually have rotation beginning to develop on this storm near Hillcrest. So the one near Dixon beginning to develop a little bit in terms of rotation. I bet Connor will be waiting for that one, honestly. That one looks a little bit more impressive. The one that's south of Belvedere is definitely weakening, which I was surprised by. I thought that would really develop something. It hasn't really, though. Rotation's beginning to intensify just a little bit on this storm. Connor is now driving, so I will wait to go back to him. Also losing connection a little bit. Don't DoorDash Taco Bell. You learned your lesson before. How do you remember that? That's crazy. I remember that. That was... Yeah, I got Taco Bell delivered one time when I was at the end of a severe weather live stream. I think we were live for like 6 hours. And never again. The person had no clue where to deliver it. They got lost. They were like half a mile away from me. It was bad. Connor right now is located in Kirkland, Illinois. And if you're looking at the main map, that right there would be what we're talking about. I believe he's going to be going for that storm. If not, he actually might go north. I don't know. I don't know what direction he's going right now. He actually might be going north. Yeah, he's just repositioning on this Supercell that is near Kirkland. What's my Taco Bell order? I usually get the chicken quesadilla. Usually my go-to. Here's the full view, by the way.
Try right here.
Very ominous skies, and again, this is near Kirkland and the Kingston area of
there we go.
northern Illinois.
Much better.
Nothing too crazy right now in that storm. Again, the one I think behind it's a bit more interesting. We'll see if it develops in anything, but the one near Hillcrest has a bit more rotation right now. Tornado warning has been condensed for southern and southeast, really southeastern parts of Iowa and northeast parts of Missouri. We've had no confirmation, really no reports on this one quite yet, and it's a pretty rural area. Not really any, I don't think really any storm chasers are in this area, but that right there would be where we're watching for a potential for a tornado. It's near Farmington, Bonaparte, and Mount Sterling. This is continuing to drift to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Not an overly fast-moving storm. The one that's over here near Burlington, I do think is more concerning. Much greater threat there of hail. Again, quarter to golf ball sized hail. That threat is possible here. Right along the river near Burlington. That'll also be moving toward Gladstone. If you were looking at the bottom right of your screen a second ago, there was a pretty impressive flash of lightning that just struck the ground. I don't know if anybody caught that. All right, sounds like Connor is dropping down south onto the Hillcrest storm. He's going to be doing that. Yeah, the tornado warning is still ongoing for Farmington, Bonaparte. That's a population of 1,400 in southern Iowa and a very small sliver of northeast parts of Missouri. Now, if you're in the warning, make sure that you are staying in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, we're still doing intermittent coverage on that. It's a very hard storm to see on radar. There's really not much else to put to that one right now. I will continue to monitor for any reports and whatnot as well, like we have been. But really, I think right now what we're going to have to watch for is that storm that's developing near a Hillcrest. We are beginning to get some rotation going on this now. No severe thunderstorm warning anymore, but that would be something to watch for. It'd be right there. You gained like 10,000 subscribers in a week. What's going on? Is it really 10,000 in a week? I honestly haven't really been paying attention recently. Ever since we hit 100K, I just stopped looking at the subscriber count. Yeah, we basically gained about 10,000 in a week. That's crazy. Sirens go off for different requirements. It can vary from severe weather, like hail and damaging winds, and vary to tornadoes, depending on what the town puts sirens on for. It varies a lot. Every town is different. Most towns do it for tornadoes, but some do it for severe storms as well, like severe thunderstorm warnings. But the National Weather Service is the one that issues severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, that's basically what we're talking about there. We do still have one severe thunderstorm warning, or actually technically two. We also have a tornado warning still ongoing in southeast Iowa. This one might be let to expire. We have really weak rotation on this at this point. Plenty of lightning, definitely a hail core bubbling here near Farmington, Iowa. That's going to be moving toward Donaldson, West Point, Iowa. And then the other storm near Burlington, still pretty impressive. It's not a really fast-moving storm, but it is producing a pretty good amount of hail right now in eastern Iowa. It'll be crossing into western Illinois here pretty soon. That is producing the potential for half-dollar sized hail now and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Like 3 different little areas. I'm just kind of looking here. Nothing really tight, but 3 different spots there, I'd say, that have at least a little bit of rotation. Not much. We've seen a lot of like little minor rotation in clouds today with a lot of these storms. It's entirely possible that's what we're looking at here. Again, not an imminent tornado threat here, but it is going to be something to monitor as these storms move closer to Kirkland and Kingston, and maybe even, probably not DeKalb. I think DeKalb is too far east for this one. But Belvedere and Marengo perhaps monitor this pretty closely as well. The storm that was severe is weakening pretty quickly. Very limited lightning with that one now. That storm has been kind of fizzling pretty quickly over the last several minutes. Just got a new radar scan in. We'll look in a second. Got a lot of lightning north of Hillcrest. All right, let me, oh, this is interesting. Look at this. So StormNet, again, it's from Atmosphere Analytics. It's an experimental tool. But this is pretty interesting. They are putting now a bullseye here near Belvedere and Marengo. Over the next hour, they're giving this area about a 60% chance of a tornado. So that is interesting. And that's probably from the storm that's back down right now in Rochelle. So that is interesting. It has been very accurate up to this point. I mean, it's been a very accurate tool. There's only been a couple instances where it's been really inaccurate. But you can see here, rotation is attempting to develop right now near Hillcrest. Is right now moving to the north and east toward Kirkland and Esmond, but that's interesting. We'll be really watching for this storm. The other one really fizzled out quickly. There is definitely some development here near Rochelle and Hillcrest. Lots of lightning. We got a hail core that's pretty large. I would not be surprised if we got a severe thunderstorm warning on this in a minute or two, as long as the trends continue here with this storm strengthening. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued in southeast Iowa. The tornado warning probably going to be let to expire. That's for West Point, St. Paul, Franklin, Donaldson, and Houghton. Right near Route 218. Main concern there is going to be quarter to half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label on that storm in case it does try to develop again. And then back near Burlington in Iowa, going into western parts of Illinois, severe thunderstorm warning goes for 10 more minutes. Tornado warning has now been canceled, so that's no longer a concern. I do think this storm really is the next one to watch for, though. The tornado probabilities have shot up on StormNet. And they actually, on the latest scan, just went down. They're back down to 30%. It's still noticeable. It's definitely an area to watch for. Regardless of the probabilities, it is obviously it's back to strengthening. And Connor is approaching this storm. He is in Kingston, Illinois, so he's kind of repositioning. He's in between that and DeKalb, so... This is a live view of the storm. Still a distance away from it, but you can see it there in the distance.
Dang, that rotation's actually a little bit
This is the one that we're looking at the bottom right of your screen. Storm Chaser Connor Croft. By the way, you can check out Connor Croft on YouTube. The link is in the description.
Dang, Chad, that's actually...
This one is not severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but very possibly could at some point in the next few minutes, as long as the strengthening trend does continue. You see the confirmed tornado in California? I did, yes, I saw that. I keep pretty updated on Twitter with all that stuff. I also get to see all the young kids putting out these crazy risk probability maps that show like high risks and stuff. It's very interesting. Is the storm in Milwaukee getting more strength? Not really. Those storms back up in southeast Wisconsin, they're on the weaker side of things. They're not even severe anymore. They're just strong. They're producing some small hail, gusty winds. That's about it. Some lightning. These ones I'm not very concerned about anymore. If anything, they're all outflow driven at this point, so that majority of those storms will be gusty winds and small hail. Severe weather threat overall will be going down the later we go. But with that being said, this storm is beginning to rotate. Definitely some rotation there right along Interstate 39. Whether this materializes is yet to be determined, but we definitely have some at least increasing wind speeds at the bare minimum. So some gusty winds very well in play right along Interstate 39, but there is some rotation attempting to develop here with this storm. But the sun is set, so it's going to become a lot harder to see anything from Connor Croft's perspective. This is what it looks like right now. Again, you can see all the ominous skies, darker clouds, obviously, as the sun is setting. And by the way, daylight savings is this upcoming Sunday. Yay. I don't know how many people are actually excited about that. But that is happening on Sunday. I'm excited for that just due to the fact longer sunsets, or later sunsets, excuse me. Not wait for later sunsets. I'm not a fan, though, of changing the time again. Chicago will see storms later tonight. The threat really will not be until at least 8 o'clock tonight or so. Yeah, this storm has a lot of dark clouds and stuff, obviously, but Connor's still getting, he's getting closer to it. This storm does look pretty impressive. I believe he's going to be driving toward it now. Yeah, look at that. That's what it looks like here. This is Connor Croft's view right now on this storm that's developing. Again, not severe thunderstorm warning at this point, even though, again, it's not severe thunderstorm warning. I know at the top left it says severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't have another graphic that would show, like, just normal view for storm chasers. So, my apologies, but this storm anyways is still producing gusty winds and small hail. Perhaps could become severe at any time. There is some rotation with this, so your Esmond, Kirkland, and Kingston, those are the areas that we need to watch for pretty closely. Waiting for the next radar scan. That should come in here in a minute. That is the full view right now of what we're talking about. Connor's getting closer and closer right now, so I'll have a pretty good view on that within the next 3 to 4 minutes. Time am I live until? I have no clue. I'm playing it by ear. I thought I was going to be live for like 30 minutes today, and then ended up being 3 hours. Here's the latest radar scan. We still have the potential for a tornado to develop with this. This is the area that we're looking at for a tornado potential. It'll be right in here, near 64, near Esmond. Let's see what that the velocities radar looks like here in a second. But that's the area that we're looking at for a tornado potential. Has a lot of inflow, though. At least from what we're seeing at the bottom right. StormNet updated again. Yeah, StormNet dropped the probabilities down to like 10% now in this area, but I don't know. I still think there's a chance, for sure, with this storm. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for subscribing to the channel today. If you've not already, make sure to hit that red button down below and subscribe. If you're new here, click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live and if we go live for other severe weather events, which we do all the time. And you also can get notifications on the latest weather forecasts. Or click the bell icon down below, subscribe to the channel. If you found this stream informative thus far, make sure to like the stream. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are currently in northern Illinois. The area that I have circled is the area of interest with rotation. Connor Croft is in this area. You can actually see here the rotation is becoming a little bit more apparent. The greens are representing winds going toward the radar, red going away from the radar. That's typical cyclonic rotation that is counterclockwise. That'd be representative of some rotation. Definitely a chance that we get a tornado here at some point in the next few minutes. No tornado warning, no severe thunderstorm warning, but it is definitely becoming a little bit more of a concern as the rotation is still developing here. Who is we when we go live? I always say we, it's just me. That's never been we. I mean, if you want to consider the chat moderators, that would be something. This is south of Rockford, by the way, Illinois. Just south of Rockford. West of the Chicago suburbs by some mileage. Near Rochelle, Illinois. Yeah, Connor's getting pretty close to the area of the area of rotation. We'll be we'll have a pretty good view on it here probably in a few minutes. If you're near Esmond, Kirkland, Kingston, stay very weather aware. I would honestly stay away from windows just in case it ends up dropping something. Oh yeah, Connor. Yeah, technically Connor. Connor's complaining about all the trees. We haven't really seen trees all day up until this point. Can I move to Wisconsin? The only reason why I would move to Wisconsin is because of Culver's. They have some good food. There's no confirmed touchdown. There is no tornado warning. There's nothing. There's not even a warning. But this is the area of rotation that we are watching closely. And in addition to that, there's plenty of lightning. We got some hail as well in here. Possibly up to quarter-sized hail. Wouldn't surprise me. Cheese curds? Yes, cheese curds are phenomenal. Have I had Shake Shack? I have not. Culver's is national, it's just not everywhere. Culver's has gotten expensive, though. I might even get Culver's for dinner. We'll see. It's like $11 to $12 for a meal nowadays. Chicago probably won't see any storms until at least 8 o'clock. Possibly a little bit later than that. It's going to be between about 8 o'clock to 1 a.m. Main concern, isolated large hail, perhaps some damaging winds. This storm has a very interesting shape. We have an inflow going in here pretty cleanly. This is your hook. Again, we got an inflow going in. We could get a tornado here near Esmond. Velocities will update here in a second. Very interesting dynamic storm, though, here in northern Illinois. There are no tornado warnings right now. This is really the closest to it, which is not a tornado warning. Oh, probably not closest to it. We have a couple other ones that are tornado possible back down in Iowa, but these are not currently producing an imminent threat. Large storm near Burlington in eastern Iowa. Rotation's definitely weaker than before. We have some high winds, maybe some contamination from before, but there's definitely something here. We got some hail falling. Thank you, Simeon, for the 199 cheese curd sized hail. That'd be about half inch. That's pretty close to half inch sized hail, I'd say. Appreciate the 199. Maybe that 199 will go towards some cheese curds tonight. Might be my dinner. Appreciate your generosity. Cheese curd size tail is definitely the new measurement. Honestly, I am down. I need to figure out how large a cheese curd is, though. Let me get a pen. If somebody can measure what the size of a cheese curd is and find the approximation over like 10 cheese curds, let me know. Or maybe I'll buy some cheese curds tonight for an experiment and I'll get a ruler and see how large every one of them is. Let's see if it's an actual thing. Okay, I don't think that's correct. Cheese curds are 1/4 of an inch. How about that? Also depends on the cheese curd size. Maybe we can get a sponsorship from Culver's. Maybe they'll sponsor us for cheese curd size tail. That'd be the weirdest sponsorship ever, for the record. It would be funny though. Alright, let me check Twitter real quick. Yeah, this storm not currently tornado warned, and now there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for those in Esmond, Kirkland, Kingston, and Genoa. This is for the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Quarter-size tail. No tornado possible label on this. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation, at least on radar. Wow, look at this. That's the live view of the storm right now. That is the Supercell at the bottom right of your screen. It's gonna freeze for a second here. Should come back. This is near Esmond, Kirkland, Kingston, and Genoa, Illinois. That is an impressive looking storm right now. It's again moving east-northeast. Thank you, by the way. Eyes for the $9.99 on me. Buy Culver's and find out. I'll get some cheese curds tonight and I'll let you know. I'll probably post a photo on Twitter. I'll have to remember to bring a ruler though. Thank you, Eyes. Appreciate it. Appreciate your generosity. The best cheese curds I've ever had are from Buffalo Wild Wings. Not even kidding. It's honestly probably the best cheese curds I've ever had.
Hard to make out.
They are underrated.
Here.
And Connor Croft right now is on the storm near Esmond and northeast of Rochelle here in northern parts of Illinois. This is moving toward Kirkland, Kingston, and Genoa. Interstate 90, Marengo are on the track of this. Algonquin is actually going to be on the track of this as well, long term, but it's still quite a ways away, so no reason to be concerned right now, as it is still ways away, but take the proper precautions.
Hold up.
This has turned into a very interesting storm on radar. What Connor's looking at right there is he's trying to see if there's any rotation there. I'm not seeing much, but...
a lot of turbulence up to my right.
That is some very dark skies. Look at the bottom right of your screen. This is what the storm looks like right now. Wow, look at that. That's some scud clouds if I've ever seen them. Got multiple storm chasers in the area. If you see anybody pulled over, that's why. Look at the bottom right of your screen. That's the inflow. This is the hook.
It's wrapping up.
Actually got some rotation in here, closer to the hail core. A little bit further down to the south and east. So that's northwest of Clare. I would not be surprised if we got some sort of brief touchdown here, but there is a ton of rain falling. Look how fast that rain is falling. You can't even see the clouds anymore. Holy cow, that happened fast. This is, again, this is live right inside the storm. That happened in about 10 seconds, where it went from you can see everything to you can see nothing. That was crazy.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Wow. Thank you, by the way, Scott, very much for the $15 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Enjoy your Culvers on me, Max. I appreciate you a lot, Scott. Thank you very much. Hope everything's going well with the honeybees. Appreciate you, your generosity. Thank you. This is, again, Connor Croft live. He's driving right through the storm. He actually has stopped. He might not even drive through it. There's some hail falling.
Wrapping up in front of me somewhere.
Yeah, this is not tornado warning, but there is rotation. I would stay in your safe place if you're in Kingston, Kirkland, or Genoa, just in case this does drop a tornado. There is rotation near Esmond. Again, this is the live radar feed. And the storm itself, this is where the rotation's located. Kirkland, Kingston, Genoa, Illinois all need to be in your safe place. Regardless of there being a tornado, there is at least some quarter-sized hail and damaging winds at the 60 miles per hour. Looks like some cheese curd-sized hail right now is falling in front of Connor Croft's camera, right onto his windshield. Hopefully that does not get dented up. I'm surprised there's no tornado possible tag on this, to be honest. How's it going, Joey? And if you're just tuning in, this is northern Illinois, south of Rockford. Looks like Connor is trying to get out of the storm now, going eastbound, more than likely. Trying to reposition. Lots of lightning, by the way. You can see all the flashes of lightning right now. Sounds like there's some larger hail falling now, perhaps a little bit larger than cheese curd-sized hail. And this storm also, by the way, is northwest of DeKalb in Illinois. Wow, this storm has gotten kind of crazy with the hail core. Not sure about the rotation, we'll see that in a second. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, there's actually some black now showing up in the reflectivity. That, at least at the bare minimum, means heavy rainfall. That's what Connor's going through right now. But definitely a potential here for some larger hail, perhaps up to $half size or ping pong ball sized hail near Kirkland. But the rotation itself, I don't know if we're really talking about contamination or hail here. It's definitely possible it's contamination with the hail being there. Correlation coefficient, really not getting a whole lot of fiction there, but bare minimum, we do have at least some broad rotation. If not, we definitely have some hail falling. Obviously, it's a pretty large hail core right now. This is, again, near Kirkland, Illinois, going toward Kingston and Genoa. Again, this is Connor Croft in the middle of your screen. He is currently driving right through this severe thunderstorm, producing quarter-sized hail or greater, and some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds being possible.
Big hail. Warned for 1 inch. I think it definitely had 1 inch hail.
By the way, I am retweeting photos and videos on Twitter. If you have any photos or videos, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. It's again at MaxVelocityWX. The link to all of my social media is in the description below, and I will also post a link to that in chat if you do have any photos or videos.
There is a tornado. It's so incredibly rain and hail wrapped.
Storms will weaken throughout the night. This is not really an overnight threat unless you're back down in like East Texas, Louisiana, or Arkansas. This is primarily through now through the evening.
Swath of hail that
maybe
came
an isolated severe storm after
like,
midnight. That should be a low threat.
That was loud. I mean, we're still in position to see it. It's just getting dark. Looking for power flashes in the rain. Looking for power flashes in the rain, off to the left.
Very dark skies, obviously a lot of rain. This is, if there is any tornado, it's definitely rain wrapped. I've not seen any evidence, at least on radar, of there being a tornado with this.
So
definitely looks to be more of a hailstorm. Connor is currently positioned his camera to see if there are any power flashes with this. I believe he's now driving north, and that camera is looking northwest, I believe. Not entirely sure, but he is currently inside this storm just south of Kirkland, Illinois. I taken up ice fishing yet? No. I've done ice fishing before. I did when I was younger. Janesville, Wisconsin is good. Yeah, you're good for the night. I mean, you might still get another isolated storm or at least some showers or whatnot, but it's not gonna be much. It won't be severe weather. We're losing Connor a little bit here. Let's go back to live radar here for a second. This is the storm that we're talking about near Kirkland, Kingston, and Genoa. This is again producing the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Hail, at least around a quarter-sized hail, has been reported inside the storm, but there could be even a couple of hailstones that are a little bit larger than that, perhaps near $half sized hail. This is the velocities as of now. Again, if there is any rotation, any tornado, anything like that, it's in the middle of this thing. It's rain wrapped for sure, but I don't think we have a tornado here, at least as of now. A lot of hail in here, so that could be causing a little bit of contamination. Bare minimum, though, we are still talking about some damaging winds and large hail. We'll still be monitoring the potential of a tornado development. And there's also a lot of heavy rain, and you can hear that on Connor's stream right now. The rain is absolutely pouring buckets here throughout northern Illinois. God, that rain is just crazy. Pouring buckets here.
Yeah, some crazy lightning.
Obviously, it's pretty dark outside. The sun is set. I mean, you should be able to see a bit more light, though, than this. It's just so dark inside the storm. But the storm itself actually kind of sped up a little bit. It's interesting. It did speed up a little bit on the southern side, or on the southern side of the storm. You actually can see some clouds now. It's starting to get out of the rain. It's now out of the majority of the, at least out of the core. So you can kind of see some clouds there at the top.
Main core is to my north.
New severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for West Point and Donaldson in southeast Iowa. That's for $half-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then also in northeast Missouri near Knox City. Quarter-sized hail possible with that storm. So we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings as of now. 1 in Illinois, 1 in Iowa, 1 in Missouri. Connor has now officially gotten out of the core of the storm. And that's the live view of what we have right now. Obviously, it's going to be much harder to see anything in about 20 minutes or so, since we're going into nighttime, so it'll get a little bit more difficult, but the storm is still producing some large hail and damaging winds. Again, Genoa, Kingston, and Kirkland all currently in this severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. And the warning, I believe, just condensed.
Newark.
For those in Milwaukee, the concern is diminishing. Again, isolated hail is possible, but it's all small. And maybe some gusty winds. Again, nothing really concerning there anymore. They are ordinary thunderstorms over there. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning with this storm. A lot of lightning. And here's the latest radar update near Kingston, Kirkland, and Genoa. A new velocity scan here in a second, but the hail core is centered across areas between Kirkland and Kingston or along Route 72. This is near 72. Heavy rain currently ongoing. Very heavy rain, as you just saw a moment ago. If you are traveling, definitely take it slow in this area. It's a pretty rural area here of Illinois, but definitely something to be monitoring. Just east of Interstate 39, north of Interstate 88. It'll be moving toward Interstate 90 eventually. Going toward Riley. And most likely Marengo, Union, Algonquin was in the potential to see this, but the storms have kind of merged together. Kind of had 2 different spots of this. One kind of sped up, one didn't. One was slower. So they've kind of merged, but Algonquin's losing the chance of actually seeing this storm, or at least getting hit directly by it. Better chance of it hitting Crystal Lake, Marengo, and Union over the next hour. But yeah, look how dark it has gotten here.
For Kingston.
Very dark skies here across northern Illinois with this particular storm, and obviously the sun is set. It's kind of making things dark here across these areas.
Right back in the mix of this thing. Rotation has decreased. It tried to wrap up, and it didn't do it successfully, and now it's kind of going hail mode, I think.
Yeah, we've lost all rotation with this storm for the most part. There's still very weak rotation, but it's mostly hail now with this particular storm, which a lot of storms have done that against a very weak shear environment today. Don't have much shear. It's kind of it's a tough go of things right now with the shear in this environment. This is from Sawyer Weather on Twitter. Pretty cool view here of the storm in Illinois. Notice the overshooting clouds here. That's how they spread out in the atmosphere. We have higher winds aloft with the jet stream and whatnot. All that lightning as well. Tons of lightning. That's your overshooting cloud tops there that spread out in the atmosphere. Once we hit that equilibrium level, the clouds spread out, and usually they go east. Depending on the jet stream, it could go north, could go south, whatever it is, but in this case, they're going east. Thank you, Sawyer, for sending that in. That's southeast of Rockford, by the way, so that's the storm that we're looking at here. Just another perspective on it. Connor's driving right back into the storm. He is now in Kingston, Illinois. Here's a zoomed out look at what we're talking about. It's mainly that one storm there in northern Illinois.
Yep. Back in.
Rain is pouring. Might even run into another hailstorm. We'll see. Thank you, Robert, for the $5 super chat. It looks like the storm by Kirkland will hit Tacone, Wisconsin, at least according to the free radars I can use. What do you think? Let me figure out where Tacone is. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know where Tacone is, because it's popping up as a place in California. It's in another location. But really, the track of this storm right now, I'll put a track on it, at least at the bare minimum, in case I don't see a message. But the track of this storm right now, it's going in this direction. So, I mean, the furthest north and west it would go into Wisconsin. Oops. The furthest north and west this would go, though. Okay, cool. Let me do this again. Looked off of it twice. One moment, please. So this would be like the furthest north it would go. So, at most, Union Grove, Summers, but even then, these storms are all going to pretty much merge together up here. There's an outflow boundary kind of directing some of these storms up there. So, in my opinion, this furthest north this will go into Wisconsin would be like Summers or the Kenosha area. That's about it. There's really no, it wouldn't go much further to the north. Hopefully that answers your question. See if I can find you in chat. Oh, Racine? You would not get hit by this, I believe. Where is Racine again? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I mean, you might get hit by it, but I would honestly, even if you did, it wouldn't be severe by that point. You have storms that are already in Racine and north of Kenosha, south of Milwaukee. Those ones in particular, those are producing some small hail and some lightning, but this is basically it. You might get that storm later on, but it's highly unlikely it would be severe by that point. Thank you again for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the $10 super chat. See, Hannes Olsen at Mets.
Yeah, this is a live view on the storm that's near Genoa and Interstate 90.
W's in the chat.
East northeast.
Get the W's right.
Not really much rotation left
W's
with this,
for
but it
Tanner.
is still producing the
Hope I'm saying
potential
that
at
right.
least for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
What are we doing here, guys? Come on.
I don't know where this other thing went.
Come on. What are we doing here?
Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Oh wow, look at that.
The edge of the storm. There might be mamadas there.
That's the edge of the storm right there at the top. It's actually kind of cool.
Sunshine over there.
I was gonna look at StormNet here.
All right.
Yeah, the latest StormNet outlook shows that there's a slightly higher tornado risk in this area than before, but it's kind of how it's been for a while now.
Hey, let's.
By the way, thank you to Aaron Adams for the $3 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Connor's going right back into the storm again at the bottom right of your screen. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about. This one is still producing some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Genoa. It's going toward Riley, Marengo, and Union. Algonquin probably will not get hit by this storm. It is moving a bit further up to the north now. If you do get hit, it'll probably be a lower-end threat unless we get more of an extension of the southern side of the storm going again. But main concern long-term is damaging winds and hail. There is still at least a low-end threat of a tornado. And then back down into western Illinois, and as well as back into southeast Iowa. Not much of a tornado risk here. More than anything, we do have some damaging wind potential, though, and some hail near West Point. That's quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The other severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri has either expired or been canceled. I believe it was canceled. So that is the latest. Smaller than dime-sized hail? I would say it's cheese curd-sized hail here with this storm. Cheese curd-sized hail. Thank you, SKO, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. How is Evanston looking? Evanston. That is over here near Chicago. Anywhere in the Chicago suburbs, I've said this a few times, but if you are in the Chicago suburbs, anywhere in the Chicago suburbs, the main concern will not really start until after 8 o'clock, and even then, the main concern for severe weather will primarily be isolated damaging winds and isolated large hail, maybe a brief tornado, but that threat will be anywhere from 8 p.m. to like 2 a.m. It's a pretty elongated threat, but overall, it's on the lower side of things when it comes to a severe weather threat. I think it'll be a bit lower than what we've seen so far. Thank you again for your $5 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. And into Indiana, I think Indiana will also have a lower threat than anywhere else in Illinois. Again, isolated damaging winds would be the main concern there. That would be primarily for those in northwest Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning has been condensed. It no longer includes the Sycamore area or Esmond or Kirkland. Kingston and Genoa are the only two locations remaining here in this warning. We still have maybe some broad rotation near Genoa, but it's not much. And then Union, there's actually maybe a tiny development of something there, but it's not much. It's a very weak storm right now. Hasn't been really that strong for a while. That one was the initial storm that caused a little bit of concern initially, but not much anymore. Main concern really is this storm, which is beginning to weaken a little bit. And we have another storm now trying to get its act together near Interstate 88 near Rochelle. That one's had some struggles, though, at this point. You had to say cheese curds, now I want Culver's. I'm getting Culver's apparently for dinner because somebody gave me $15 to go buy Culver's. So I guess that's what we're doing. Thank you, Anne, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate your generosity as well. I'm going to check Twitter to see if we have any reports on this storm other than what we've had with Connor. For the most part, on this particular storm, it's been mostly hail at this point with some gusty winds. Lots of lightning as well. But, no imminent tornado threat, it looks like, with this storm at this point. Could Sycamore get hit by the small development near 88? It very easily could, but will it actually develop into anything? I think it's pretty uncertain right now. But the odds of it developing into something severe is definitely lower than higher. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I will be answering some of those. And the severe weather threat is not done by any means. It's going to be going all the way until, like, it'll be literally ongoing all the way through Tuesday, pretty much. But we do have some severe weather down here in, like, Texas, back into Arkansas and Louisiana. Obviously, the main concern and the main thing that we're covering this live stream is the Midwest, but there will be some severe weather down there. It'll actually increase in coverage overnight tonight. So that'll be something to watch for as well. We'll not be live, by the way, for that severe weather event down there in the Southern Plains tonight, specifically. Next planned live stream will be on Thursday. For those that are wondering, that is currently in a plan. We'll see if that actually happens. I'm not sure yet. But the severe weather threat will be from Texas into Mississippi. There is a slight risk of severe weather right now. All modes of severe weather being possible. That is our home region in North Texas. We cover that almost all the time if I can. So that'll be our next coverage point, which will be North Texas. I know we have a lot of North Texas followers. We have 120-something thousand followers on Facebook for North Texas weather. Don't think a lot of them know about this page, but we do severe weather coverage for North Texas whenever we can. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Make sure to click the bell icon down below so you're notified if and when we go live for that event. Just want to throw that out there. Found this in stream informative so far. Make sure to like the stream. Thank you as well, Gabriel, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. I appreciate that a lot, Gabriel. Thank you. Welcome to the Velocities. We have 27 new members today. I believe 7 of them are new members, and I believe 20 were gifted. Appreciate all the new members today, all the super chats. If you subscribed, simple as that, or like the stream, I really do appreciate you as well. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. Any advice for upcoming storm chasers? That's an interesting one. I'm not a storm chaser. One second. All right, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the storm chaser feedback. I've never been a storm chaser. I've gone storm chasing twice for hurricanes. And I mean, I could give you some feedback on that, but really not much. I mean, that's more of a summertime thing anyways. I mean, I would say, honestly, the biggest thing when with storm chasing is that you should probably at least get a mentor, or basically be mentored by somebody that's already done it, because I'm not the person that you should be asking that. I mean, I've really hardly done storm chasing. One thing I can tell you though, from any storm chaser that I know, is don't just drive into a storm for the heck of it, like a hailstorm or a tornado warning storm or anything like that. Like, you need to keep a safe distance. I've seen people before drive into tornadoes. It does not always end well. But yeah, that's like the biggest thing. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted. Sorry. But yeah, that's basically all I'll tell you. Never drive into a storm. But I highly recommend you getting the Skywarn classes with the National Weather Service, if those are offered. I think most National Weather Service offices do. Those are always good. Maybe look on YouTube. There's probably some tutorials out there or whatever for that sort of stuff. But again, I've only done such minimal storm chasing. It's been only hurricanes, and I've done very well with those. I've had no issues at all. Like, I've literally been right next to storm surge before. It's a very interesting experience. I actually have YouTube shorts on here on this channel if you ever want to watch them. They're from about a year and a half ago now, but I've done that sort of stuff. But yeah, biggest thing, if you're chasing severe weather, never drive into storms. And yeah, I would say really that's the biggest thing. Always keep a safe distance away from anything. Because one, you're risking your car, and the second thing, you're risking your life. You don't want to do that. 2 horrible decisions all in one. 3 new members. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that, Andrew. Thank you. And thank you, Florida Skyview, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Upgrading to that. And also thank you, Sam, for upgrading to a moderate velocity member as well. I appreciate that. Thank you. 3 new members. Or 2 upgrades and a new member. I don't see anything about high risk, high reward when you're driving into a tornado. I think the biggest thing for any storm chaser, and I can speak for a lot of the ones, like I know a lot of storm chasers that are fantastic. Like they do it right. Vince Waltzy's one of them. Like he used to be one of the people that we had licensed a little bit with this live stream. Like we had it during the summer and like early fall. We had a few of his live streams on here. And whenever there's a tornado, he keeps a safe distance. He never drives into it, nothing like that. He never intentionally drives into them, obviously. But the biggest thing is he keeps a safe distance. And after a tornado happens, if he knows there's a tornado that happened, he always does search and rescue. He doesn't keep chasing. Like that's something that is just so valuable because like first responders can only do so much. So I think that's a big deal. But some people make storm chasing all about the money and all this other stuff. And again, I've never storm chased. I don't plan on being a storm chaser in my life, to be honest. Even though I do want to storm chase, it just wouldn't be like a full-time thing for me. It's one of those things where, you know, driving into a storm and that sort of stuff is risking your life and all that sort of stuff. Thank you, Nikki, as well, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome. I believe Connor is ending his storm chase as the storms begin to wind down. Storms have been winding down quite a bit. We'll still have some more isolated severe weather throughout the next 5 to 6 hours near the Chicago suburbs. It's just going to take a little bit to get here. Yes, Retimmer is great as well. I can't speak to everybody because I've only watched so many live stream storm chasers. Like I've only watched maybe 5 or 6 on YouTube. Like Brandon Kopic, he's great as well. Vince Walty, Connor Croft, Retimmer. I don't really know any. I don't really know a whole lot of other ones though. I don't really keep up with them. Yeah, storm chasers get paid. I'm not going to go into whole details about it, but I mean, like they license their photos and videos, all that sort of stuff. And that's like the biggest thing. And obviously, if they do YouTube live streams and stuff, that's another way. Yes, not all storm chasers are doing it full time or anything. Like some people do it for hobbies. Like I could do it as a hobby. I honestly enjoy storm chasing. It's just like I don't ever really get much severe weather, so there won't be much to chase. But hurricanes are always interesting. Thank you, DK, for becoming a VIP Velocity member for 17 months. Appreciate that a lot, DK. Thank you. Any threats from the cluster of storms in the southeast? Anything down here mostly is damaging wind and large hail potential. There isn't much tornado risk left with this stuff. If you're talking about this stuff, it's mostly just going to be ordinary storms. But overall, nothing too much. I think the biggest concern with severe weather for like the southeast in particular will be going into Friday. Thank you, Sam, for the $2 super chat. Should I be worried about the storm in Woodstock? I don't know where Woodstock is. Woodstock, Illinois in particular, not really, just some small hail and gusty winds and lightning. Just make sure you're staying inside and staying away from windows, all that sort of stuff. But nothing too crazy with that, just some heavy rain right now. All right, missing a lot of messages here. Let's see. Or comments, I should say. Not all storm chasers get paid, by the way. Like some people, like some storm chasers want to be paid, like they want to do it full time or whatever, but some just do it for the hobby. I mean, it just depends on who you are. But it's hard to get revenue going with storm chasing. It can be hard. And usually your expenses will outweigh your income. At least that's why I think it is. I don't 100% know. Again, I'm not a storm chaser, but just thinking about the car maintenance, having a car, all those miles being put on your car, all that sort of stuff, those will add up way quicker, I think. I think at least than the income that you can make from that. Car insurance, all that sort of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff. Thanks, Stu. I appreciate it. I know. It's kind of crazy. We're over 100,000 subscribers. It really is. We have our play button back here, if you haven't already noticed. Thank you, Aiden, for the 199. I appreciate it. Small hail and Woodstock. Thank you for the report. This map, again, is Radar Omega. You can download this with the link that I'm about to put in chat. Again, it's not a sponsored stream, but I honestly recommend getting Radar Omega on your iOS and Android device. It's a fantastic weather app. Link, you might not be a member. You would have to click the join button down below. Maybe refresh, I don't know, but you'll always have a member badge if you become a member. Thank you, Aiden, for the 199. Is there gonna be a tornado in Buffalo Grove? I don't know where Buffalo Grove is, but anywhere in the Midwest tonight, anywhere like southern Wisconsin, anywhere pretty much in Illinois, eastern Iowa's kind of winding down, but really anywhere in southern Wisconsin, Illinois, back into like Arkansas and Louisiana, the threat of tornadoes is very low tonight. It's a 2% probability. It's a marginal threat. It's a very low potential. I'm not really that concerned at this point about a tornado risk at this point. I think the threat's going to be very isolated. I don't think we have any severe thunderstorm warnings left. We might have one. I don't know where my live radar thing is. This? Hey, we found it. But, yeah. It's calm now. Yes, it's definitely calmed down quite a bit. Non-stop replacing windshield. That's the other thing with storm chasers. They have to replace those pretty often. Buffalo Grove, Illinois. Yeah, again, if you're anywhere, like even in the suburbs of Chicago, this is nothing like what we saw back last Thursday. This is definitely a much lower threat of severe weather. Even if you had a tornado, it would be very brief and weak. It's a very, 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 very isolated threat. It's extremely isolated. So really nothing to be that concerned about. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place just in case. But definitely nothing like what we saw the other day. Any rotation? I'll check out these storms, but I don't think we have much left in terms of rotation. Yeah, we don't really have much rotation. Maybe a little bit near Burlington and Iowa, but that's about it. It's really minimal at this point. Oil changes. Yep, that's another one. There's a lot of expenses that come with cars in general. No problem, Aiden. Thank you again for the 199. You know, the hardest things to chase when it comes to being a storm chaser are things like derechos. Can be extraordinarily difficult to chase because that's a huge line of storms. There's not really another opportunity for storms behind it or in front of it in most cases. And derechos can go 60 plus miles per hour, meaning that you would have to be on a highway to keep up. So you basically got one shot to intercept a storm, and that's about it, because it's hard to catch up to something that's going 60 miles per hour unless it's a interstate that's like, let's just say derecho is going south to north right here. Like, this might be manageable if you're staying along Interstate 39, but even then, it is difficult. Derechos can be very hard to chase. Fast-moving storms like that, like a line of storms, are extraordinarily difficult to chase. You have to be keeping up with it. It can be hard. Thank you, I don't know how to say your name, but thank you for the $2 super chat. Let me look up where that is. Hawani. You're not done yet. You still got some storms back to your west. The potential of these being severe is going to be a little bit lower since a lot of the energy's already been used up, but be prepared at least for some strong storm activity. Bow echoes are kind of the same way, Killjoy. They can be hard. I mean, it depends on what the speed of the storms are. It really depends on that. You could have a bow echo, you could have a discrete supercell, it could be whatever. Discrete, you could have a bow, you could have a derecho, whatever it might be. Just a bunch of lines. But it could be anything. It just depends on the storm speed. If the storm is going 80 miles per hour, which is very hard for that to happen, but if it ever went like, let's just say 60 miles per hour, realistically, it's fast enough. It's hard to keep up with that. But those events are much more rare. We don't see storm events most of the time above 60 miles per hour in speed. Colin, he actually messaged me on Twitter one time. That's how we met. Very exciting meeting story. Thank you, DK, for the $5 super chat. Any thoughts on the early forecasts of the hurricane season? Hurricane season, in my opinion, will be above average. I think that's just kind of a given at this point. Almost every year's above average nowadays, but I don't really have any opinion on it. But I do think if we do have a hurricane landfall in the United States, in the Atlantic Ocean specifically, it would be anywhere from up here to down here. That's my thought. If we have a hurricane this year make landfall, it'll be anywhere on this area of the coastline in the United States and the Atlantic Ocean. You're welcome for a fantastic forecast. No, in all honesty, I don't really have much of an opinion other than it'll be above average. We're going into La Nina. We're going to go back to that transition, so that'll be something to look out for as well. But we're going El Nino to La Nina. El Nino only lasted for the winter. Going to be winding down as we go into the spring. Thank you, Keel, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you, Joseph, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. There's not a tornado outbreak in Illinois. No. Definitely not. This has been far from a tornado outbreak. I mean, we've probably had at least a tornado or two. We've on this live stream in particular, we've at least caught a couple of different either gustnadoes or tornadoes. I don't really know which one yet. We probably won't know until tomorrow, but I mean, they're both very weak. So. About it. Nothing too crazy. Thank you, Adeline, as well, for the 99 cents. Appreciate that. Thank you. I won't be wrong with that forecast. I know I won't. That's the point of it. Gotta be 100% accurate. Are we going to see severe weather in the Midwest this summer? I say yes. It's a great forecast because it's almost guaranteed to be right. An easy forecast. I wouldn't be worried anywhere, even if you're like anywhere, Adeline. I wouldn't be worried anywhere. Again, be mindful of there being a potential for some isolated large hail and damaging winds and some lightning and all that. But again, it's a pretty low threat across the board. I honestly think the threat of severe weather is going to be dropping over the next couple of hours, and it's going to continue to drop. I mean, we'll probably still at least have some isolated severe weather, but the threat overall is going to be going downhill from here on out. Thank you, Keel, for the $2 super chat. Any severe weather in St. Louis tonight? No, I don't really expect much down in St. Louis. Again, maybe an isolated storm or two, maybe an isolated large hailstorm, but it'll be very minimal activity overall. Northern Indiana's risk is pretty low as well. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering a few more here. But no severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The severe weather threat is at a lull right now. It'll probably go back up at some point in the next few hours, but at a lull right now. I'm planning on getting my Culver's cheese curds here pretty soon. Hey, Muskie, for the 99 cents. I appreciate that. I appreciate anybody, by the way, that has subscribed to the channel tonight, liked the stream, super chatted, donated, or become a new member. I really appreciate all you guys. It means the world to me. I appreciate your support. We've gained, somebody actually said it earlier, but we've gained 10,000 subscribers over the past about 2 weeks. It's kind of crazy. And just literally over the last week, like the last 7 days, we've gained a total of 7,000 subscribers. It's just insane. It's something, again, I would have never imagined. It's really crazy. I appreciate all your support. It means the world to me. Do I have a girlfriend? No, this is something I've talked about probably about a year and a half ago now, but I'll be honest with you. I have no time in my life. Like, I have like none right now. I do weather all the time, and I do college full time. It's a serious grind, and I have no time for social life. It's very, very busy. So it's not really a priority of mine right now. Thank you, Lolly. Appreciate it. Take over the world with your subscribers. I just don't think so. Yes, later this week, Alabama will at least have some sort of low-end risk of tornadoes. That'll be on Friday. Yeah, our next severe weather threat, I'll show you on here, but the next severe weather threat, that's today. To the next threat. This is the severe weather threat as we go into... Where'd it go? Okay, guess I don't want to show in here. Let me real quickly pull it up on here. Our next threat of severe weather that is meaningful at this point in terms of potentially a bit larger of an event. This is going into Thursday, so tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. Might be hard to see, but that's anywhere from Abilene, Texas, so central Texas, back into western and southwestern Mississippi. Main concern is all modes of severe weather, but large hail being the main concern for that event on Thursday. Flying fences Friday will be interesting. We have a slight risk of severe weather from Waco, Texas, so eastern Texas, all the way back into southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. Main concern there, damaging winds, but we might also see a few tornadoes as well. No problem, Sarah. Flying fences Friday. Today is Mesoscale Madness Monday. That's what we came up with. Tomorrow is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. Wednesday is Wacky Weather Wednesday. Thursday is tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. Friday is flying fences Friday. Saturday is scary storm Saturday, and then Sunday is suspicious storms Sunday. Those are the 7 days of the week that we made up like about, I don't know, 8 months ago. Tossing trampolines on tall trees Tuesday was originally what it was, and that was the first name that we ever made. That was like a year ago. If you're new to the channel, we do have a flying trampoline meter. Show you guys. Is Iowa the new Tornado Alley? No. We actually have a couple of different meters now. We have the toilet paper meter. So when there is an ice storm or something like that, we have this toilet paper meter. Fantastic. And we also have a trampoline meter. Today's risk would have been low, but those are our two meters that we have. Hey, no problem, Daisy. How's it going, Abby? So weird. I'm shouting out somebody. Gone forever. Yes, gone forever is a legitimate thing. We've had some trampolines go flying for miles. It's pretty impressive. Alright, if you have any other questions, let me know in the chat. This live stream probably not going to be too much longer. Most of the storms are winding down. I'm getting very hungry. I need to get some dinner. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream and hopefully found it informative. It's the goal here. Again, if you have any photos or videos, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. That's on Twitter. I will post a link, by the way, in the chat to all of our social media pages. If you want to follow me other places. Social media, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, all that sort of stuff. The links will be in the chat. I'm having Culver's for dinner. That's what I've been convinced to do, because of cheese curd sized tail. We need to find the measurement of how large a cheese curd is. Alabama Hot Pockets for dinner. Hot Pockets? I haven't had Hot Pocket in forever. You too, Jack. Appreciate you tuning in. Ice cream better be ordered? Let me see. I don't know what the flavor of the day is today. I'll look. Chocolate Volcano. Sounds right up my alley. Michigan's not really going to see any severe weather tonight. Again, I don't really expect much there in terms of severe weather. It would be, if anything, maybe an isolated strong storm. I mean, you're not even in the marginal threat of severe weather. There's really not much to be concerned about there. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Glad you subscribed. Hey, Muskie for the 199. Rotating? I don't know what storm you're talking about. Really see any rotation with any of these. Maybe a little bit near Algonquin, but it's not much. Pretty weak storm overall. I'll be mindful if you're like up near the Round Lake beach area, McHenry, or Gurney in northeast Illinois. Be mindful of that storm. Maybe a little bit of rotation, but it's not much. Make tornadoes fun. I love your humor. I don't try to make tornadoes fun, for the record. Definitely try to make sure everybody's in their safe place. But yes, I do have some humor when it comes to the names, I guess. And the trampoline meter. We do have trampoline shirts, by the way, if anybody's interested. We do have flying trampoline t-shirts. Stickers, we have some other stuff. It's crazy. Crazy times that we live in. That is going too fast. That's usually how it is. Actually wasn't that fast up until now. In case anybody's interested, I will put the link in the chat if you want to get some flying trampoline merchandise. Or a regular max velocity hat. Yeah, there's no tornadoes active, and tornado threat, again, very low for the rest of the night. It's pretty much a diminishing threat. There still will be a threat, it's going to be very low. Most of the storms over in western Illinois are strong with a lot of lightning, some small hail, and gusty winds, and then back over in northeast Illinois near Algonquin, we do have a little bit of rotation there. Biggest hail I've ever seen? I believe quarter size is the largest. Getting a Culver's Butterburger? I have no clue. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Maybe I'll get their fish sandwich. Their fish sandwich is new. Like, it's their, like, whatever fish they call it. They, like, change their fish and it actually tastes better. I don't know if I want a fish sandwich either. I don't know. Their chicken tenders have a ton of protein in them. Like, the nutritional value is insane. You've seen softball-sized hail once? That's actually crazy. Yeah, maybe sometime in my life I'll see that. I do want to see a tornado at some point. I also want to see thunder snow. Those are my, like, bucket list things. I have no storm in particular right now that I see really any rotation in, like, that'd be impactful in the near term. Really, the only thing I even see rotating would be this one up near Algonquin and the Chicago suburbs, but even that isn't that impressive. It's pretty weak. If it does drop a tornado, again, it would be a weak, sort of brief tornado. That'll be moving toward the Grays Lake area and Round Lake Beach. Such thing as thunder snow? Yes, there is. There is thunder snow. We'll go for like, I don't know, 6 more minutes. Make it 4 hours. Yeah, the next live stream that I'm currently planning on having will be on Thursday. That's the plan. That'd be for the severe weather threat going into Thursday from Texas back into Louisiana and Mississippi. Main concern right now, again, is large hail. Friday, there will also be a threat of severe weather. I have no clue if I'll be live for that one. I honestly don't even know if I'll be live for Thursday. I have no clue yet. I have a lot of stuff going on this week. It's going to be hectic. I dropped a pen on the ground and I'm trying to pick it up. Thank you, Maxwell, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you to Andrew, by the way, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you for becoming a minimum and moderate velocity members. Appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. We have 11 new members today. Actually, 31 technically, but 31 of them, or 20 of them were gifted. Might be close to the most members we've ever had in the live stream. Am I okay to go to sleep tonight? You can go to sleep. Again, just make sure you have ways to receive alerts and you'll be good. Really no reason to be scared in a lot of these areas. I mean, this isn't something you have to stay up for all night. Again, it's a marginal threat of severe weather. We're not talking about a, a high-risk sort of event where you need to be very on alert. This is a low-end, almost ordinary thunderstorm sort of day. I mean, obviously, we don't have any tornadoes right now out there, or any warnings, but there very easily could be as we go later into the night. Thank you, Daisy, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Daisy, for your dinner. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, Sarah Bear, as well, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I also appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you. Welcome to the Velocities. Update on the wildfires in Texas. Are they... I know they're still ongoing, but how controlled are they? Let me look this up. It's crazy. These have been going on forever. Last updated yesterday, it's still only 15% contained. It's brutal. Yeah, prayers to anybody over there. I mean, I've had people contact me about that, like, I'd love to help. I just... I don't know if I can get any visible satellite imagery of the wildfire smoke. I don't think I can. Black clouds there tonight, but hopefully they get let out soon. I mean, it's been ongoing forever. That's I think the largest wildfire in Texas history. It's really unfortunate. Thank you, Liam, for the $1 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. How do you become a member? I'll put the link in the chat. It's also the join button down below in case you want to become a member. Put the link in the chat 3 times so you can see it. It burned millions of acres. Yeah, well, I don't know about millions. It's up to at least about 1.1 million now acres burned in Texas. It's unfortunate. Again, prayers to anybody up there in the Texas Panhandle. Hopefully that it just stops soon. It's been horrible. I heard some fact about it that it's like the size of Rhode Island, that wildfire. It's huge. I mean, it doesn't cover like a huge populated area, but it's it's obviously a large area there in the Texas Panhandle. I believe it's a size from like Pittsburgh to New York City too. It's like a elongated area. I use your thumbnails in my videos. No. I honestly, I would say, I know you said you're younger, but, practice is always a good thing when you're younger. I don't know how old you are. I have no clue, but like when I was younger, this is what I would do. I would, make weather videos on my iPad, and I would literally, like, that's the time I was in. I would have my iPad, I would kind of draw on the map, put my like snow totals for certain areas, and I would record it with like a cell phone or something, and you know, that's how I started, and I was probably like 10 or 12 at the time. But I honestly don't. At that age, I would not be uploading videos to YouTube because I just think it's a bit of one of those situations where I feel like you should just practice. I think it's a little bit early. I don't know how old you are again, but like if you're on the younger side, I think waiting until you're like 15 or 16, once you kind of learn more about weather, I think it's a bit better. But honestly, post them to like maybe, you know, Facebook or maybe your personal Instagram page, whatever it is. That's always a good thing. That's how I started. And yeah, that's kind of what I can vouch for. I think putting that stuff out into the public though, whatever age you are, again, if you're like under 16, you shouldn't really be doing it that early. It's, at least on YouTube. But you can make your own thumbnails. Just don't use mine. Just don't. It just wouldn't be. It'd just be weird. I've been thinking about changing my thumbnails for quite a while. At least the style of them. They're still the same. Send a picture of the storm on Twitter. Gotcha. Yeah, if you have any photos or videos, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Guy, by the way, for a $9.99 super chat. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's generosity tonight. Again, if you become a member tonight, I really appreciate you. We have 32 new members tonight. Crazy stuff. Also, we had a ton of super chats tonight. If you super chatted, I really do appreciate you guys a lot. And if you did something as simple as liking the stream or subscribing, I really appreciate you guys a lot as well. Welcome to our channel if you're a new subscriber. And if you've not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We do live streams like this all the time with severe weather coverage. We do weather forecasts all the time in here as well. And yeah, again, if you have not already, make sure to subscribe. Click the bell icon down below as well so you're notified if and when we go live, as we will likely be going live on Thursday for tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday. So, yeah, that's pretty much it for the live stream tonight. Again, we were live for 4 hours. Definitely did not expect to be live for that long. I know I'm actually planning on doing that, Lauren, by the way. I'm planning on that. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you all for, again, subscribing. If you did something as simple as subscribing or liking the stream, I really appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you for anybody that super chatted and became a member as well. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you for tuning in general. Again, hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you found it informative and useful. Hopefully the severe weather stays at a minimum tonight, but if it doesn't, make sure to hit the have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place just in case there are any tornado warnings. And that is it for the night stream tonight. We've been live for 4 hours. Crazy stuff. I've basically said everything I need to say, so thank you for tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night, guys, and we'll have a video tomorrow, most likely, on the threat for Thursday and Friday. So stay tuned for that. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, and we will see you guys all in the next live stream or video. Have a great night, and stay safe.